Good morning, everyone. We will be starting in 5 minutes, just to let you know. Good morning, everyone, once again. Please feel free to sit down when you feel ready.
at all, or would you want us to take over? The clickers?
No, no, no. No. So I think it's a good time to start. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Chief Negotiator Mr. Zenovic, civil society members, citizens of the Western Balkans and the region, dobro jutro, përshëndetje. Good morning and welcome to the Berlin Process Civil Society Forum and think tank. I think this deserves a round of applause because there's so many of you in this room and it took a while to get you started. As you know, this forum forms a part of a series of events that are leading us towards the Berlin Process Summit, which this year is hosted in the UK next month. And on that note, I'm very, very pleased to announce a short speech by Stephen Doughty, MP, Minister of State for Europe, North America, and Overseas Territories in the FCDO. So let's have a look.
It's a great pleasure to welcome you today as part of the UK-hosted Berlin process this year. The United Kingdom is proud to be partnering with you alongside our European partners to help drive progress towards a stable, secure and prosperous Western Balkans, one firmly with a European future. As we build towards the Leaders' Summit on the 22nd of October, meetings like today are not just symbolic, they are substantive. Your ideas, experiences and perspectives shared here today will directly inform the summit and upcoming ministerial meetings. The UK has long championed open civic space, democratic institutions and the rule of law in the Western Balkans. We are proud to support civil society organisations, particularly those advancing women's rights and inclusion, as well as other initiatives to strengthen good governance, improve the business environment and build resilience to hostile threats. We must make progress together to resolve legacies of the past and promote reconciliation between neighbours, helping to close the space for malign external interference. I challenge you to be ambitious, to look to the future you want to build for your children and grandchildren. In recent years, the Western Balkans has also become a major transit route for irregular migration, with criminal gangs brazenly risking the lives of citizens for their own profit. That is why we are deepening our partnerships with matters deeply to the United Kingdom, to Europe, and to the transatlantic community. Today, your presence sends a powerful message that across politics, business, civil society, and media, we are building something better together. So let us continue that journey with ambition, with unity, and with resolve. Thank you and welcome.
And it is wonderful that we are able to actually meet in person here in Podgorica, in Montenegro. And on behalf of the government of Montenegro, this morning we have the pleasure of having as our host, the chief negotiator, Mr. Predrag Zenovic. Mr. Zenovic, over to you.
Dear Ambassador McCann, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues from the civil sector and from the government, ladies and gentlemen. Montenegro is now traveling the final miles on its long road toward membership in the European Union. This journey, at least formally, began in 2007 when we signed the Stabilization and Association Agreement, setting in motion a clear and formal vision of our European future. That vision turns 18 years now, and perhaps not coincidentally, it comes at a moment when our society has reached a maturity worthy of our ambition. Back then, the circumstances were far from easy. We had only just restored our independence a year earlier, and the challenge of launching sweeping reforms in such a short time was formidable. Over the past 2 decades, we have struggled to build a free market economy and genuine democracy. Through it all, the European path has remained a sort of our compass. Even when decision makers hesitated or faced competing pressures, the determination of our society to pursue its European future continued to drive reforms forward. Today, looking back on 20 years of modern Montenegrin statehood, we can say with confidence that we have come a long way. We have built robust legal and institutional frameworks, developed democratic and inclusive electoral processes, maintained fiscal discipline and a sustainable debt ratio, strengthened social cohesion across all communities, and achieved measurable progress in the rule of law, particularly in the fight against high-level corruption and organized crime. But we also understand that social reform is never truly complete. In today's world, where democracy itself faces global pressures, the lessons of good governance, diversity, sustainable development, advancing gender equality and reconciliation remains as vital as ever. In this context, I wish to highlight the enduring mission of the Berlin process. From its very inception, the Berlin process carried the founding idea as old as the European project itself, that integration, whether in the Western Balkans or in any European region, cannot rest solely on economic or political arrangements. It must be built upon good neighborly relations and genuine connections among people and societies across every dimension: political, economic, social, and cultural. Because only when citizens share values, responsibilities, and aspiration across borders does integration become possible. Thus, empowering civic virtues, strengthening civil society, and fostering dialogue between communities make the integration process irreversible. Moreover, the Berlin process has played a crucial role precisely in times when the political will for EU enlargement was not at its peak. It offered a comprehensive platform for reforms and regional cooperation, keeping the momentum alive, deepening ties among Western Balkan societies. And the results speak for themselves. Every candidate country in the Western Balkans has made tangible progress since the Berlin process started in 2014. Montenegro, as the most advanced candidate, having opened all negotiating chapters and already closed several, is now determined to reach a critical mass of completed chapters and to finalize the entire negotiation process by the end of the next year, paving the way for our EU membership in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, the Berlin process teaches us that European integration is ultimately about building a community of peace, prosperity, and shared values. It is about connecting people, strengthening institutions, and making our societies resilient. And in that sense, it is a journey we take not only toward Europe, but together with Europe. I wish you all a successful and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And in addition to having a local host, we also have a UK host with us today. It is a great pleasure to announce that with us we have Mr. William Middleton, head of the Berlin Process Delivery Unit and Sherpa at the UK FCDO. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It is a huge pleasure to be here in the lovely Montenegro once again, and to see the outcome of months of preparation that have been leading up to today's event. So my name is Will Middleton. I'm responsible for delivering the Berlin process this year. It's my role to get my arms around the octopus that is the many varied events that we are organising over the course of the year. And it says on the board, it calls me a Sherpa. And for those who don't know what a Sherpa is, it's an individual from the borders of Nepal and Tibet who is expert in mountaineering. And you might wonder what that has to do with organising a summit on the Western Balkans. Well, some would say that our job is to get everybody to the summit successfully and safely. Others would say that it's our job to carry the bags for those leaders who get all the recognition and the glory. Anyway, the point I want to make today is that this is not just about the UK. The success of today's events and the success of the Berlin process is a collective effort. And let me start by saying thank you to our partners who have made this fantastic event possible. To the government of Montenegro, who have been a fantastic partner throughout the Berlin process. To the British Council, who have organised this event on our behalf. To the German government, the Aspen Institute, the Southeast Europe Institute, and of course, to my team, my colleagues, both in London and here at the embassy in Montenegro. So the Berlin process, with the greatest respect to our German friends, it's a deeply misleading name because it's not about Berlin, it's about the Western Balkans. But it is a brilliant concept because the concept is about bringing together the countries and the people of the Western Balkans with each other and with the rest of Europe. And unlike most other government meetings, where we bring together political leaders who go and sit in a room in Brussels or London or Berlin and talk to each other, the Berlin process is genuinely inclusive. It has this really strong non-government component. And this year, the UK is organising 21 different events as part of the Berlin process. There's a summit, there's 3 ministerials in London. There are 5 other ministerial meetings here within the region. But there are 10 events where non-government representatives are the majority. And that, for us, is the central importance of this process. Your voices are really important to this process. And that is both to make connections yourself to each other and to collaborate across the region, but also to ensure that your voices are heard by our leaders, both within this region and across the rest of Europe. And as the host this year, the UK is committed to doing that. We have prioritised the meetings within the region on gender equality, on youth, on civil society, and on business. And we want those voices to feed into the central themes of the Berlin process this year. Those for us are security, migration, and growth. And I hope those are fairly obvious. We can all see the threats that face us, the threats from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, its interference in Poland, in Estonia, and Romania over the last few days. The threats from serious and organised crime, which is, as our minister said, fueling the movement of people across Europe. But also the threats from the headwinds of the global economy, which still haven't recovered from the economic recession of 2010. So if we're going to face those headwinds, we need to do it together. And the UK has always been committed to this region and working with you to tackle those challenges together. So your views will be fed into the leaders in a number of ways. We will take the recommendations of this meeting and we will publish them alongside our own chair's statement as part of the summit. We have already held a session for all the Berlin Process Sherpas alongside all of those organising these side events across the region. And we hope to have representatives of some of those side events, particularly of civil society and non-government voices at the ministerials and at the summit later this year. So success is not just what leaders agree in London on the 22nd of October. Success comes from the connections and the collaboration that we are achieving here today and across the region. It is your voice that will decide the course of this region, and we want to be involved with that to ensure you are integrated within European institutions, socially, economically, and politically. But how that happens is up to you. So I will be here for the next 2 days. Please come and say hello. I would love to meet you. I'd love to hear from you. And more importantly, I'd love to hear how we can work together to reach that future together. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Middleton. And as you heard, so far, for the past 3 months, a lot has already been done. This forum actually represents a moment to present the recommendations, but also to facilitate discussion on very, very important topics that have come up across civil society. We will go into the topics a bit more, but in order to make this event happen, there was a team of 3 people who have visited all of the Western Balkans 6. I'm going to just smile at the 2, and third will be joining us here. And on behalf of the British Council, an organization that has worked closely with the civil society and made sure that this event becomes a reality, we have Mr. Adrian Chadwick, our Regional Director for Wider Europe.
Excellencies, colleagues, civil society partners, good morning. It's a real pleasure on behalf of the British Council to welcome you to the Civil Society and Think Tank Forum here in Podgorica. And thank you for being with us. This forum, as has been mentioned, is part of something bigger. As you know, the Berlin Process, hosted by the UK this year, is about deepening regional cooperation across the Western Balkans. 6 countries working together to strengthen security, to unleash growth, working with European partners, and to deepen alignment with European values. And as been mentioned, the forum is not a standalone event. It's the latest step in a journey that began months ago. In June, rapporteurs conducted a progress check on the recommendations from the 2024 forum, hosted by the German federal government and organized by our valued knowledge partners, the Aspen Institute and the Southeast Europe Association. In July, the British Council led in-country meetings across the region, listening to diverse voices and perspectives in all 6 Western Balkans countries. And there followed intense consultations with more than 70 civil society organizations as rapporteurs worked to capture those discussions and publish the recommendations. And now, here together, it's time to discuss them openly, to challenge, to refine, and to think about what comes next, knowing that the issues in those recommendations emerged as the issues that matter most to people in the region at this moment in time. The British Council's mission is to support peace and prosperity by building connections, understanding, and trust between people in the UK and overseas. And we've been doing this, we've been present in the Western Balkans for more than 80 years. And that's why we're so proud to host this space, which has involved intensive collaboration between the main actors from the civil society sector. We're not experts in every theme you'll be discussing, and nor do we claim to be. What we do bring is belief and expertise in connecting people, creating safe and open spaces, and helping dialogue turn into collaboration. Over the next 2 days, we will explore vital issues, including accountability, resilience, reconciliation, gender equality, and growth, highlighting the role of media, migration, and youth. The forum is a platform to share experience, to strengthen networks, and to collaborate. So my message, my ask to you is simple. Let us use this time well, speak and actively listen to each other, and build new connections. Let me end with thanks. Thanks to the government of Montenegro for hosting this forum. Thanks to the FCDO and the British embassies in the region for supporting the process and the consultations. To the rapporteurs, partners, contributors, and my colleagues, a huge thank you for the incredible amount of work that went into making this forum happen. And finally, to all of you, thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you for being here, and thank you for trusting this forum to the British Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So now I think we are officially open and we can relax a little, and I can tell you a little bit about how this is going to work. So first of all, I know we started off very seriously, and it is very serious what we do, but we do also want you to try and meet people and have fun while we're doing this, because so much serious work has already gone into this. We would also like to make sure we keep up the good atmosphere. And in order to be able to do that, I will just give you a few housekeeping rules. So amongst other things, first I have to tell you about safety. So exits are there and there. I'll do the air hostess bit. Toilets are just outside down the stairs. And in case of any fire or emergency, please go slowly, don't run, use the exits, and don't use the elevators. That's the standard part. Now, looking at the practicalities, in order to make everyone feel comfortable, I would kindly ask you to keep your telephones handy and close to you. You will need them for Mentimeter, which I will talk about in a minute, but please keep them on silence. And we're all adults here. If you need to take a call, do it as you find fit, but have your phones handy and silent. In addition to this, how many of you have ever done an exam in English, a speaking exam, IELTS or Cambridge? You might remember the examiner doing a very firm thank you. Thank you. Now this is, I used to be an examiner a long, long time ago, and this is what we call the Cambridge thank you. So if you hear me saying thank you, it practically means you need to stop talking. So it's a polite way of asking you to stop talking. What I'm trying to say is that we have lots of things to cover and our time is very limited. You will see there is a timer on the table there. Panels will be lively. I know there is so much we need to cover, but I will need to also look after the time. So if you hear me do a Cambridge thank you, it practically means you need to wind down. And if you don't, I will stop you. Although I look smiley in that, I can be pretty firm as well. Now, in terms of what to expect from these 2 days, we have got in total 6 themes which over 70 civil society organizations have covered and produced a really high quality piece of work that is the recommendations which will be used to inform the discussions at the Leaders' Summit in London. And practically a lot of the work has already been done. So over the course of these 2 days, we will be hearing from rapporteurs. Now, can I get you to stand up, please? All the different rapporteurs of the 6 groups. There should be 7 of you, I think. And those of you sitting, take a note of who these people are and catch them for more information, because their knowledge is really deep on the subjects of this matter. And all of you will get a chance to actually present summaries of your topics. Thank you. You can sit down. There are also 4 different spotlight themes, including media, including youth, including, now I'm using my memory to try and help me. Today we will cover migration, I believe, and there's one other which I can't remember off the top of my head, but in total we will be covering 10 different topics. And basically, with those, we will use the following format. We will have a panel. First, we will have a rapporteur that presents the summary of the conclusions and recommendations, and then we will have a discussion where we'll be joined not only by those who participated in the discussion so far in the working groups, but also some of you who are here. Now, we want to have the discussion going lively, but we will have Chatham House rules, and also we want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable, so kindness, respect, inclusion, and diversity is what I would like to champion. And in order not to hear me speak too much, I have my colleague Sasha Madatsky at the back there, who will be joining me to moderate throughout the 2 days, as we will be exchanging the moderator seat throughout the panels of today. Any questions in terms of housekeeping for now? And tonight there is a reception at 6 o'clock. Thank you, Ambassador, for hosting us, another host. And we will need to leave sharply at 6 o'clock, so we need to finish on time. Right, with the housekeeping bit done, the first part that we're going to look at, and the first topic of our themes, is good governance. And it's a topic that's really relevant to all the 6 Western Balkans countries. We are making progress, as you have heard, but there is a lot to still be done. On the panel today, and first I will invite you to come and join me here on this stage. I will have Ivana Korajlić, Rapporteur and Executive Director of Transparency International of Bosnia and Herzegovina. You feel free to clap while Ivana makes her way. Then I will have Mr. Albert Hani, Director of Secretariat at Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative. Good morning, Albert, welcome. From second seat onward. Yeah. Simela Tsakiri, Team Leader at DGENEST at the European Commission in Brussels. We will have Dren Puka, the Executive Director of the Kosovar Civil Society Foundation. And Valjbona Kuko, Country Director for Albania for Westminster Foundation for Democracy. So these will be our panelists for today, but we will give them a few minutes to get comfortable and get ready. And while we do that, can I get you to grab your phones, please? Now, there is a QR code up there, which you need to scan. We will be using a Mentimeter throughout the day, today and tomorrow, to help engage you and secure your participation. There are also QR codes at the tables, in case you can't see that one. And practically for every topic, there will be a question we will ask you. So the first question is, what reforms are necessary to improve governance in the region, in your view? So have a play with Mentimeter and let's have a look. We've got votes coming in already. It looks like free elections, anti-corruption, and vetting of appointments is leading. Ooh. I'm not going to be commenting like we're doing horse races. I can't do that. So on the right is the urgent and important, and it looks like we can't decide that easily which is more urgent or important out of those. Are you able to access the Mentimeter? Is everyone all right? Yeah. Okay. And while we wait for the results, just to check, Ivana, do you feel comfortable sitting there, or would you like to present here when you do your recommendations? Okay, good. We'll give it another minute or so to see if the results change. And unsurprisingly, transparency seems to be leading in terms of both importance and urgency at the moment, as well as anti-corruption. You can keep those coming in until we get to the next topic, and I will now join my panelists at the table there. Right, so Ivana, as the #1 rapporteur, you get to break the ice in presenting the recommendations, and thank you so much for all the work you have done. I know this has been challenging, but really fruitful as well. Over to you.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Yes, it has been challenging considering that good governance is a very, let's say, wide notion, and basically it impacts all of the other thematic sectors that we will be discussing throughout these 2 days. And of course, because there has been many issues across the region that are connected to good governance and unfortunately negative trends that we see across all of the countries. First of all, with the more and more visible democratic backsliding, the rise of the authoritarianism, weakening of the rule of law mechanism, state capture that is prevailing across all of the countries, but also all of the sectors and influencing citizens' everyday lives. And at the end, of course, the crackdown on freedom of media, civic space, the work of civil society, lack of transparency and accountability in any decision-making processes. And unfortunately, even in those countries where we saw some progress and which are marked as front runners in some of the reforms, especially when we talk about the EU integration process, the perspective of civil society is somewhat different, meaning that even those reforms that are considered to be implemented, there is no visible impact on the rule of law, on the democratic standards within the countries, and they are perceived as superficial and without real implementation. And this is, I guess, the case in all of the countries. The priorities that are marked by the civil society organizations from all of the countries mostly focus on the work of judiciary, the integrity of judiciary, being able to establish minimum of rule of law, being able to establish minimum of accountability, especially towards the corrupt elites and those who have captured the states that we are talking about, where the true reforms are yet to be seen. The next is, of course, election integrity, because without this, we cannot have proper democracies. The independence of oversight bodies, including law enforcement agencies, anti-corruption bodies, election management bodies, etc., which is in danger because of overwhelming political influence and control over the work of these bodies. And finally, and maybe most important in these challenging times, civic freedom, civic space, and freedom of media, which needs to be established together with meaningful engagement of citizens and civil society in the decision-making processes. So in that sense, with all of these issues being unfortunately visible across all of the region and being a common ground in all of the discussions, so the recommendations follow in the same way. When it comes to the Western Balkans 6 governments, the most important recommendations deal with the necessity to expand and harmonize judicial vetting and integrity checks within the judiciary. We've seen some reform in Albania, but the rest of the countries are still struggling with establishing a minimum of the integrity checks towards the prosecutors and judges and enabling independence of the judiciary. Also, when it comes to combating political corruption and state capture, where mechanisms to prevent conflict of interest, undue influence on different sectors, including natural resource distribution, concessions, environmental permitting, but also minimum integrity in public office, standards on election integrity, etc. This is nothing new, of course. I mean, all of these recommendations have been given to these countries so many times, especially when we talk about the within the EU integration process, where all of the countries basically committed themselves to implementing these reforms. However, we are still struggling even with the basic minimums of integrity and the independence of the most important institutions. The same goes with oversight bodies and law enforcement agencies, especially when we talk about anti-corruption agencies that lack true capacities, that lack resources, that are also under political control, audit offices, electoral management bodies, law enforcement agencies that are also struggling even with the control by the and infiltration of organized crime groups. All of these institutions need thorough and sound integrity checks and safeguards for the independence of these institutions. Of course, depoliticization of public administration, which is obvious, merit-based appointments and employments, reducing the administrative burdens within the public administration, and of course, protection of civic space and independent media, where we see disturbing trends across the region, specifically in Serbia, where the organizations are not only struggling with administrative burdens, but also direct attacks, the raids, the arrests, etc. We see a trend of adoption of foreign agent laws. This all needs to be stopped one way or another, either through the international pressure and using the mechanisms through the Berlin process as well, but also EU integration process, or by strengthening the civic space, civil society itself to be able to address these challenges. When it comes to the recommendations for the Berlin process partners, of course, it includes to institutionalize rule of law and accountability in the Berlin process, where it is seen as one of the sectors and topics that have been put on the side. So introducing formal mechanism on good governance with the mandate to monitor basically democratization and rule of law, and conditioning support and partnerships on verifiable progress in democratic governance and rule of law. I have to say that we see across all of the countries the messages coming from civil society that EU and Berlin process partners are seen as too appeasing to the authoritarian leaders in the region, formally looking at fulfilling the conditions, but without proper quality checks on all of these reforms. So this should also be addressed not only when we talk about the recommendations toward Berlin process partners, but generally EU member states and European Commission, and applying consistent conditionality to discourage democratic backsliding and performative reforms. This goes to the more to the EU on the EU side of the process, requiring and supporting transparent participatory reform processes, because we see more and more that the leaders in the countries use these reforms in a manipulative way. The decisions are made without proper participation, behind closed doors, and reforms are even used to further strengthen state capture and political control over the institutions that are supposed to be independent. So in this sense, the main recommendation towards the EU partners would also be to ensure not just through quality check, but also monitoring state capture risks within these reform processes. And this also means engaging civil society in the decision-making processes to ensure independent monitoring of the reform processes. This is something that we are, I think, all missing. And of course, at the end, recommendations to civil society organizations in terms of advancing and monitoring implementation of governance reforms, exposing systemic capture, promoting cross-border cooperation, and learning on accountability and rule of law, building coalitions across the region to strengthen the advocacy efforts, and of course, evidence-based policy recommendations and strengthening citizen engagement in these processes, because we also need to look at ourselves, who we are representing, and whether we are also open and engaging at the same level that we are demanding from our governments. Of course, you can find the recommendations in more detail in the document that you all received, so I didn't want to go into all of the specific ones, but they all revolve around these notions.
Thank you so much. And this is not the Cambridge thank you, it's a real thank you. I mean, there's a lot. You summarized it well, but there's a lot in there. And, you know, even I have a whole lot of questions. But I know we have our panelists to contribute. And first, since you kind of called out in the recommendation for help of European Commission, similar, if you agree, I will ask you the first question. Welcome to the panel. And we want to go back to this idea of not doing the box ticking and making sure that governments really do genuine reforms. So my question to you is, what mechanisms can actually ensure that EU and Berlin process conditionality is true, that it's not a box ticking exercise and that it's actually genuine and prioritizes genuine reforms?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I would be, I hope that you don't say thank you. It's what I've heard now, it's what I would say also. Unfortunately, in the European Commission, we have been we have embedded in the regulation, in the programs, the consultation, the obligatory consultation of civil society. I would like to start with what our Commissioner Marta Kos has said, that the accession process and negotiations demand the effort from all the society. Governments alone cannot achieve this goal. And that is a fact, because it's exactly what you are saying, not to be a box ticking. In the Commission, we have advanced, not in the IPA 3, in the instrument for pre-accession for this period, for this programming period, we have added a new instrument, which is the Reform and Growth Facility instrument. And there the conditionality is even more pronounced, I would say, in the sense that it is requested from the countries not only to consult, but also to show that they have taken on board the consultations. And we have signed agreements with the countries, etc., and the reform agendas, of course. There are areas that we focus, 3 areas basically, which is to create a conducive environment for the civil society, meaning having a safe legal framework and policy framework, and also, of course, to have some stability in the financial resources. The second is to strengthen the capacities and the cooperation of civil society with the national administrations and the partners. And of course, to increase and strengthen the capacities and the resilience of the civil society. I have a good example, and I have a bad example, well, a lot of bad examples, but, or less good examples. In the Green Agenda, the action plan for the Western Balkans. The Regional Cooperation Council has invited, and there was a open and wide consultation of all stakeholders. The comments that reached, they were quite substantive, and they were taken on board in the majority. And there was a complaint that in the final draft, they were not consulted again. The final draft is with the government of the Western Balkans, and they will have to, but everything following the consultation, it was taken on board. Not everything, but a big part. So this is a good example. This is how you involve. You need to involve the civil society from the onset of the policy, creating a policy. But it has to go further in the implementation. They need to be involved in the implementation, and they need to monitor this. The role of the civil society in monitoring, it is quite crucial. And that's where we would like to see the capacities evolve and developed. We have seen that now with the reform agendas, we have seen that there is a lack of capacities and experience in certain areas that are very important. So there is a two-way. We have prepared these guidelines since 2013. They have been revised, and we have done an assessment, an annual assessment. It's true, we see a degrading environment. We see that there is erosion, there are a lot of challenges, but there are three words that struck me, and they are repeated here. It's commitment, transparency, accountability. So these from all sides, the civil society need also to develop their capacities from their side. They need also to prepare for good governance. There are reasons that now, with all the changes in the political setup, why we have less transparency also from the part, financial transparency, for instance, from the part of the civil society. I would not go into the details of the challenges because I think they're all said, and I think we will hear again. But there is no magic word, I would say. It's just the three words, and the mechanism is really to involve from the beginning to the end, implementation, monitoring, and policy making and decision making. There was a criticism from the civil society about the reform agendas, because it's true that they were not consulted. There were urgent procedures. However, from what I see when it came from the Regional Cooperation Council, when it comes to identify one partner that would be in the working group, it was difficult from the civil society to identify this one partner. So there is a lot of work to be done both sides, I would say.
Thank you so much. And it's interesting you mentioned commitment, transparency, and accountability, and I think Adrian called on accountability earlier today. But from my familiarity with the languages of the Western Balkans, I know in many of the languages, accountability doesn't have a translation. So I would really work on the common understanding of what accountability really means and taking action to actually stand behind a certain decision and follow through with all that it brings. But both of you, Ivana and Simula, have mentioned the importance of participation and seeing how all the working groups have worked here. To me, this is an example of how a participatory process actually could contribute.
But if we are talking just to each other, the main question is whether these recommendations will be heard by those that are supposed to hear them.
and we are promised that they will. So we will look in the direction of our hosts in the UK to help us make sure that the recommendations are heard. But it's not only about participation of the civil society organizations. I think we also need to think about how to involve citizens per se. And with this in mind, Dren, I have a question for you, because participatory democracy is a great idea, but then when we look at how things are in practice, you know, very often many of the mechanisms in the public services are still obsolete, they're still complicated, they're still paper-based. So does digitalization have a role to play in making things more participatory, and how?
Yes, thank you. So when we think of, most of the times we think of digitalization as a silver bullet to most of the governance issues. But then in practice, in some cases, we see that digitalization even hampers the currently existing participatory mechanisms, while the aim is to advance and make them more open to everyone, including citizens. They end up just as a facade for the governments to perform good governance, transparency, and inclusivity principles within their work. From what we see from our work is that digitalization works when the end goal is something else rather than having a digital platform in place. And so far we have identified at least two typologies of services where digitalization works and the others where it does not so. When it comes to, for example, processes that help public officials to do their work, such as business registration process, NGO registration process, civil registry services, which take out the burden from the offices of the government, then most of them work quite smoothly. Like around 5 years ago, when we developed the online registration platform for NGOs, most would doubt that it will work. But then within a month, it went just so smoothly, and now the entire registration process works well. But then we have the other part that is related to transparency and ways of how can citizens be part of decision-making or just be informed of what the governments are doing. And this is mostly related to online consultation platforms, public funding platforms, and so on. And here what we see is that the hype to build such platforms is quite high, and everyone is so excited at the beginning. Most of the Western Balkan countries, if not all, have some sort of online consultations platforms. And how they work, then that is our concern. Right now, what we see is that we are informed for example, all the policies that are developed by the governments. But when it comes to the real consultation, which is in a way a dialogue and interaction between the institution and the citizens and civil society, then there we see a one-way communication. You're always able to provide an input and that is, I would say, the top that could happen from that process. So this is in a way just performing public consultation, reporting it as a well-functioning system and mechanism that we all Western Balkan countries have, but in reality, it is not including or hearing or listening citizens and civil society. To add to this, the consultation mechanisms as they are built now, they are not meant for citizens. They are meant for highly professional experts that are able to analyze and provide specific input to the legislations that are drafted within a span of 10 to 15 days. For a random citizen, it's almost impossible to grasp the entire idea of a policy document that is being consulted. Even for civil society organizations who lack substantial internal capacities to react fast, it's really difficult to do so. So to answer to a part of your question is that the digitalization is not helping to bring citizens closer to decision-making or being informed. But it is also deteriorating vis-a-vis civil society organizations, because it has ended up as a very superficial process that is ticking the boxes, and then unfortunately sometimes even being presented in the country reports as a functioning consultation mechanism, while the entire essence of people and civil society being able to affect the policy or share their opinion and be listened is not working. And in order for this to work, we think that at least it should be tackled in multi directions. First, the local civil society organizations have to pressure the governments and ask for accountability and make them apply the current participatory legislation as they are, together with media. The other part is that EU conditionality should more properly check for the quality assurance of the implementation of such requirements, and this should be very well reflected into country reports, and everyone at least getting to know what is happening in reality, because sometimes you think that you're living in a parallel reality. What you see being reported and what you experience in your daily work are being totally different issues. And the third one is that EU itself should be, the approach should be more inclusive and have structured dialogue with civil society organizations, because this triangle, if this triangle works, then there is a hope that some processes that are seen as a burden and anti-interest of the government itself, eventually to work in practice. Only one pressure only or demand from only one side, we don't really see it as something that could increase the quality, and all of us see the goods of digitalizations rather than just a performative act.
Thank you so much. And this importance of having a two-way or even three-way communication in this case seems to come up again and again in the recommendations. But, you know, looking at what happens to citizens while they're trying to understand, you know, policies, but also their everyday life sometimes can be so confusing. And we saw, even by doing a quick survey here, that corruption is one of those things that, you know, on daily basis we are very, very concerned with. So for citizens to be juggling between engaging in a participatory process and also trying to face the realities of everyday corruption that they're facing is sometimes, you know, what's more urgent and more important at any given time. So I have a question for Albert on the subject of everyday corruption. I mean, it's something that cannot be solved easily, we all know. In the Balkans, we still have significant issues there. But in terms of administrative reforms, is there anything that can really be done, and what should be done in order to get some quick wins and reduce at least the bit of corruption that citizens face at local level on daily basis? I know it's a tough question. And if you need a magic wand, I'll understand.
Yeah, it's a tough question, and there is no quick fix for sure. That's almost impossible, especially if you talk about anti-corruption. And it's not related only to our region, it's also worldwide. I would call it even now a disease. It's actually the biggest worry for all the region of Western Balkans, which is mentioned in every single report. It is really hindering directly the good governance. It helps also crime, and we need really to work a lot. Quick fixes are almost not possible. We are trying our best, but one thing is good, and I can assure you about that governments are actually having a lot of tools to fight corruption. They are working a lot on using these tools. We in RAI, and I will tell a little bit more about what RAI is later, we in RAI try to do really our best to educate the public sector, the private sector, as well as even the civil society on how to use these tools to identify likelihood of corruption, be it in the public sector or wherever. I mean, it's, as I said, not a an easy topic. However, the well-functioning democracies are really the ones that are taking into consideration, as the rapporteur said, in her first priority, it was about integrity, transparency, and accountability. And this is really helping a lot on creating a trustful political systems that are actually using the best of people. The trustful political systems should fight corruption. They should fight nepotism. They should fight also meritocracy. I mean, when we talk about anti-corruption, it's not just the governments. Let's be realistic. We should also check ourselves, even in civil society, in wherever, public sector, health sector, private sector, wherever. It exists. It's really a kind of disease. I mean, anti-corruption in general, it is about identifying what is rottening, what is breaking in the system. And by definition, that notion is actually implying on that. Let me say just a few words about RAI. RAI is a regional anti-corruption initiative. It's an initiative that derives from the Stability Pact. We are celebrating this year 25th anniversary, and our head office is in Sarajevo. We are established by 9 member states from the region, but we are also covering Southeastern Europe, which means in our membership, we have also Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria, in addition also Moldova, as well as observer status such as Poland, Greece, Ukraine, Georgia, and I missed one more. But yeah, we have also states with observer status. We are basically also created to serve as a knowledge hub, to serve as an institution that will help the political systems establish exactly that what you asked, the tools to fight corruption. We are trying to create a platform of dialogue, interinstitutional dialogue, which is also another topic that should be integrated here and whenever the discussions are happening around anti-corruption. The interinstitutional cooperation is of extreme importance. I mean, in general, we've really had a great achievement. One of them is actually connected to Berlin process, connected to the help that we get from the UK. Austrian government is also supporting, for example, on the treaty on asset declarations, on the exchange of data for the verification of asset declarations. We are actually now trying to promote, and not just to promote, but work concretely on this treaty. For now, it is signed by Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Moldova. And this is very interesting now. You know, when we talk about concrete things, we talk about really institutions communicating with each other, exchanging data, verifying if someone has a property from, I don't know, from North Macedonia or Serbia has a property in Montenegro, and by that, calculate the likelihood of corruption. The likelihood of corruption is in many tools that we are using. We even have like a digital platform where we're working on, for example, on whistleblowing, which is also the topic here, where citizens can literally report whistleblowing. Whistleblowers can report there. They can get legal advice directly by the digital platform. But for more, I mean, RAI has been also proud, it is proud that has contributed to establishing the Southeastern Europe Whistleblower Protection Coalition. One of the participants is even here. I think Ardian was, I just met today. And this is very important because we keep legally educating the citizens on how to report things that are connected to whistleblowing, things that are a matter of all of us, and things that are really helping our democracies to grow. The good governance is directly connected with the anti-corruption, as well as with everything that we talk in nowadays, even in all the topics that you discuss in the civil society forum. The good governance, I mean, the anti-corruption will be something that we will need to take care a lot. We work a lot on identifying also the most vulnerable sectors in public and private sectors. We worked a lot on providing, we call it guidelines and checklists for health systems, for example, for security, and some other sectors. We are currently working on providing those guidelines and checklists for police as well as for environmental sectors. This means that they will literally cross-check the legislation that is existing in their national legislations and do a proofreading from the lenses of anti-corruption and identify potentials for corruption as well as organized crime existing in the region. But this is not it. We are trying also to put the synergies between the European legislation as well as the legislation that is existing in the region of Western Balkans. In general, 36% of the people actually are criticizing the corruption and are counting it as one of the biggest, literally, worries in the region. And this is mentioned in Balkan Barometer. One of the main reasons actually for people leaving this region is anti-corruption. Youth are saying that in their reports. And this is literally directly hindering the aspect of the trust towards the political systems that they need to work a lot more on corruption, but also they need to be more transparent. They need to show what they work and not just tick the box and present in such conferences achievements, but we need results. I'm even in Rai saying to the staff that yes, we have the treaty signed, ratified, parliaments, whatever, but now we need somebody to go with a list of names and yes, put 10 names in the system, in the platform, and check who of the politicians has properties somewhere. If we don't start really working on these issues and showing to the people that we have progress, we won't do anything. Please allow me one more sentence for the civil society. I mean, yes, it is extremely important to include the civil society. Our work as intergovernmental mission, diplomatic mission, is really not possible without civil society. I really invite you all, as Will said and the others, to engage, especially in anti-corruption, because we strongly believe that enabling the political systems to fight corruption and organized crime is actually the main fundament or base for regional integration and cooperation. Many examples are existing in the region. Many of you are cooperating here. Many of you are working on the topic. By the way, we are on the 6th of October, we are organizing a side event also within the frames of the Berlin process. In Sarajevo, we have invited also think tanks and civil society organizations to be part of this, as well as law enforcement agencies, ministries of justice. And I'm really happy that for the first time, I mean, this anti-corruption has focused there, good governance. The UK, the Home Office, as well as FCDO and British Council, they really increased the pressure or the level of importance on focus on good governance as well as anti-corruption. We want to use this opportunity. We want to bring in surface what is really hindering our societies from prosperity, and that's the anti-corruption. But we cannot do it alone. We must do it with civil society. It is part of our work. We are integrating it in our strategies, work plan, activities. We are consulting and everything. But this is really not enough. It is going to be enough when we all will start to work jointly on different projects addressing everything that is connected to integrity, conflict of interest, whistleblowing, anti-corruption, and many things that are connected to good governance. I talked a lot and fast, but
thank you. That was a
many
long
things to
sentence, a really long sentence. But thank you. I know that we have representatives of investigative media here who are also doing really important work on exposing corruption and exposing all the elements you were talking about. But please do catch Albert if you want to talk more about these mechanisms, because there's a lot you mentioned there. Going over to Valbona, we mentioned the civil society, we mentioned participatory approaches, and we talked about how administrative reforms can change. But what about parliaments? And what about judicial institutions? Because sometimes, it's all easy to say, yes, we can do this and that as citizens, but if we don't have faith in the judicial system, it all becomes a lot more complex. So my question to you is, what are the immediate steps that parliaments can take to protect judicial independence from political interference? And I know it's a hard one.
Okay, I will try to answer your question. In fact, our work is mainly related to the parliament, but nevertheless, judiciary and parliament applying good governance standards is equally important. And that's why I would like to focus my short intervention at the beginning to what we have seen as experience working in Albania, but being present in all Western Balkan countries. The Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which is a non-public body of UK government and funded by FCDO, is doing to strengthen democracy. Okay, democracy is a huge concept, and there are many sectors and areas to be covered. But what we have seen as most important is working closely with parliament and with political parties to increase their internal accountability, democracy, and transparency. There is a direct line connections, for sure, among political parties and parliaments. Who is today in political parties in our countries will be it's in the government or will be tomorrow in the government. So they will govern the citizens, they will govern the public institutions and deliver the services to the citizens. And unfortunately, we are facing today a lot of issues still in Albania, but they are similar to other countries of the region that are more or less state capture is present to all our countries. Links with the criminal, there are strong links and ties with criminal organization and as well private interest and business interest so much present to the legislator as well. And this is an area, an issue that is linked to the judiciary, and for sure what have been implemented, the judicial reform in Albania has brought very good results, and we have had a lot of corruption charges and cases. This is for good and bad. It depends how you see the glass full, half or full, but it's good for Albania that at least what citizens have perceived for many years and decades during the more than 30 years of democracy is bringing results. So there is a lot of corruption in the country and high-level politician. That means that links with the non-transparent decision-making is as well a result of the weak work of the parliament. What we have done and what we have focused our work is first to address the issue of state capture by making corruption by law. Tailor-made laws are very often approved in our country, unfortunately. There is no transparency and no consultation, meaningful consultation in civil society. Listening to previous panelists, for sure, we have as well a very well digitalized government and public institutions with a lot of digital platform. And here to mention that we are the first country having a artificial intelligence minister in our government, newly appointed. So it is very much advanced. But does this mean that the corruption is addressed and the tailor-made laws are minimized? No, unfortunately, because there are a lot of other directions that can overcome any digitalized or informatization of the parliament or government work. Another aspect we have looked is how the parliament is performing or parliamentarians are performing their roles for which they are mandated, to oversight the role of government and to oversight the role of independent institutions. Very little has been done, and this has been as well noticed by when the Prime Minister now presented its fourth mandate government program. He mentioned that there had not been post-legislative scrutiny properly done by the Parliament. That means that our work, that we have already more than 3 years working with the Parliament, it's quite needed. To pass the laws, either for the European integration perspective or for the benefit of the country, for the economic and social development, it's not telling that you are implementing good reforms. Passing the laws is one of the medal. The other side is how they are implemented, and if the laws are doing the effect for which they are fulfilling their goals and objectives. And this is the role of Parliament. The post-legislative scrutiny has been one of the most challenging processes we have done together with the parliamentary structures, because first, not knowing the process, what it is. Second is that it's the government in power is in the fourth mandate, so being 12 years in power, they will never say that we have not implemented the laws and the reforms are not. But here, we have seen as well that there is a group of MPs and young generation of MPs that have the courage and the motivation to do things better. And we have focused a lot our work working with the Youth Parliamentary Club as well, established by and supported by the Westminster Foundation, to involve them more in the process and to bring a different voice and a different perspective of the politicians rather than those up to now, which doesn't have a very, very good perception. But let me mention now very shortly the other work we are doing and which is very much related to what we discussed on the corruption. Corruption proofing of legislation has been another aspect of the work with the Parliament. There is a discussion that the Parliament is not the body that should do the assessment of the legislation towards the corruption, if there is a corruption perception or not, but only on the legislative techniques. No, this cannot be, because having their role to oversee the role of the government, they should monitor and they should check if there is a corrupted or risk for corruption in the law. It's not easy. Despite the progress we have had, a lot of progress, both methodologies are accepted and approved and internally amended to the Parliament rules of procedures, but this is not the end. This is the beginning of the process. First, because we have a new Parliament. Second, that we have a very strong government and very weak opposition, not just in numbers, but as well in what they present and on their powers and their strengths and their internal problems. It makes much more difficult and much more complicated to monitor what the government is doing and to have the Parliament to be the opposition of the laws presented or sent by the government to be approved. But this is something that we have already established, and is a very good ground, which will continue. And here the role of civil society is very important. Actually, our work for this year is focused on civil society to increase their capacities on corruption proofing of legislation and post-legislative scrutiny, and to bring them as a watchdog and to oversee the role of the Parliament and to monitor every law that will be passed, especially now during the accession negotiation process. There will be hundreds or thousands of laws that will be passed. Maybe the time is very short and there will not be enough time for consultation, but this should be the primary role of civil society to ask for consultation and to bring evidence-based reports, not just comments and reactions in general, but to present their thoughts and their opinion on certain laws in a very constructive and direct way, and to perform their role for which they exist.
Thank you so
This
much.
was in general. Thank you.
Thanks. But again, monitoring and checking is one thing. But then another thing I always wonder is what authority do we have to actually do something about it? And the final question is now back to you, Ivana, in terms of all the different institutions, agencies, audit bodies, ombudspersons, anti-corruption agencies, we have them there. Some of them are doing an amazing job of monitoring, even though there is this lack of capacity that both Valbona and Simula mentioned. But what authority do they have to actually do something about it?
Well, they are strategically and systematically being dismissed, I have to say. A lot of these bodies have been founded for the purpose of fulfilling some conditions that were imposed on the countries and for outside legitimacy purposes. I remember, for example, in Bosnia, when the anti-corruption agency was formed in the process of fulfilling the conditions within the roadmap for visa liberalization. There was a lot of pressure to have an anti-corruption agency, to have an anti-corruption strategy, but what they did was form an agency which wouldn't have any kind of authority, any kind of capacity, and will just be there. And we will funnel the money into the agency, both from the budget of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also through EU funds, different international projects, etc. We will build their capacities. We will work on technical assistance projects. At the same time, the agency is I wouldn't even say a paper tiger. It's like we are constantly kicking a dead horse because it doesn't serve a purpose. It doesn't fulfill its basic role. The rest of the institutions in the system don't even recognize it as an agency. I mean, yeah, they don't even have a director now, 4 years. But it's a perfect example how these institutions are treated. The same is with the audit reports that are dismissed, that are never being followed up by the prosecutors, etc. We only have these institutions for legitimacy purposes, so that we can say that we have independent oversight bodies. At the same time, everything is being done to establish and maintain a complete political control over these institutions. And sometimes civil society has even more impact than these institutions, unfortunately. Their messages are not heard unless media and civil society take on their findings and then try to do something about it. So in that sense, this is very important. I mean, let's try to establish minimum of independence first of these institutions, and then give them some teeth, give them some capacity, give them some authority to actually change something. But this all at the end depends on on political will, which is missing, of course. I mean, the only consensus that there is within the countries in the region, but of the leaders in the countries in the region, that they want to maintain the status quo and that they don't want to change anything, and that they want to, perpetuate this kind of captured system. I mean, we had some, bright spots, changes in the government, but they also showed to be operating in the same way. So it all comes down to their accountability and who they are accountable to. But at the end, I think that there is a lot of responsibility also on the international actors, because they are stripping these institutions of their legitimacy in a lot of ways. The most important reforms about these within all of these countries, either it's rule of law, judiciary reforms, election reforms, etc., are being negotiated and drafted and decided on outside of these institutions that are supposed to be the main actors of these reforms and bearers of the process and implementing these reforms. It is all decided on the level of executive powers. Even the parliaments lost their purpose. And, again, I'm coming back to deals behind closed doors between political leaders. The power is within political parties and not the institutions, and international negotiators. And that's it. There's no space even for the institutions, let alone civil society organizations. So I do believe that we need to bring back the processes, all of the processes, back to institutions and their roles, if we ever had those.
Thank you so much. And what I'm hearing overall is the general message of bringing the institutions back, but also making sure that that dialogue happens and that the collaboration happens, because unfortunately still voices are not heard unless we are all amplifying each other's voices. Thank you all. You have done so much. Please keep doing what you're doing. It's very much needed. Normally, on a panel like this, I would give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions, but because we are very tight with time and we started late, I'm going to ask you to say a big thank you with a round of applause for our panelists. And I will now invite you to take a break. But while you do that, just note you need to take your things because the room will be changed a little bit. Coffee's there, but you can take it on the other side in the hallway, and we are back at 11:30.
Vidio sam ti facu, rekao mislim da je moment sad da nasmijem čovjeka. Mislim da je moment. Možda samo da razmislimo salu i evo isti. Ne, zatvoreno je sve. Zatvoreno je sve.
Samo da ima lice za svaki stol, ovamo 8, ovamo u zadnji red po 9, i ako je to, onda to nije. Ovamo je po 9, zadnji red, evo tako? Tamo 8, ako je onda ovo dižemo. Yes.
I'm not sure. Um, okay, I think we might as well get started. I know you want to continue talking. Thank you. Thank you. Just feel free to have. Yeah, yeah. Maybe there. Yeah, there's a good one. So while we wait for people to settle down, I would like to invite my panelists to come and join me on the stage, as we're running a little bit behind, and I said at the beginning that I will be tough on time. Milica Kovacevic, Rapporteur, Program Director for the Center for Democratic Transitions, wherever you want. Snezhana Nikčević, Program Manager, hello. And I have Darko Brkan joining me on the side, President of Zaštitne, and Orkidea Jaferaj, Digital and Innovation Policy Expert from SciDev. And the first who joined me on the stage was Branko Primetica, cybersecurity consultant for AmCham Serbia and partner at SEDAS International. Now that we have everyone in the room, just a couple of housekeeping things before we actually get started. There are QR codes online if they are at your desks, at your tables, if there are people who want to follow us online, who are not in the room. So feel free to use those. Now, in terms of time management, first of all, thank you to all those who took part in the first session. I was really kind and not strict, and I did not stop you, which will not be the case with this panel, just to warn you. So basically, the rules of the game are you have about 2 minutes to give your response, and I may extend to 3 if I'm feeling really kind, but I will have to stop you because we really want to hear from the room. So, and I'm sure you'll understand. So we will have this discipline going. And just to let you know, the second session is focused on security, with focus on cybersecurity and disinformation. And the one after, we will have the spotlight on media at 12:30 and then lunch at 1:30. So this is what you can expect. Right. So there is the Mentimeter question to get us started. And the question is, what are the biggest security issues in the region, in your view? The code is not working. Can you use the codes from the tables? Not working? 1 second. Here we go. Now try. Is it working now? Good. Thank you. The code. The code is on the tables as well. And if you keep the actual app running in the background, it may be useful throughout the day. Okay, so it looks like foreign and malign interference is leading the way, followed by threats to the free media. Yeah, things are changing, but definitely the first one leading by far. Institutional capacities coming third, media literacy going fourth. We'll keep the results going and we will go back to them at the end. But again, you know, I'm sure these are not the only security issues in the region, but definitely some which we need to take into consideration. And as was the case in the first panel, we have a rapporteur who took part in the extensive consultation processes. Milica Kovacevic, thank you so much for representing your working group and being ready to present the recommendations. We know the threats are many. We know that this is a really challenging topic. So here is some space for you to tell us what it is that the recommendations for the summit will include. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make it brief, not in order not to meet your thank you, but actually because I know majority of the people in this room, and I think that there is no need to over-explain things that you already know, especially because for this topic, there is an overlap with many other topics, rule of law, and later on we will have a special panel on media. So it's really interconnected. So I'll just use this to reiterate some of the main conclusions and repeat some of the recommendations, basically in order to help maybe the later discussion, in which I hope we will be able to hear opinions from the audience. Like we are developing, and you see that in the headline or in this key sentence, but we are digitally developing without developing protection, which is leaving our democracies exposed. Everyday citizens go more online, businesses digitalize more, governments automate more, but protection remains weak. This issue is still being treated in the Western Balkans countries narrowly as a technological or technical issue. And from everything that we heard in the process, in this inclusive process from the civil society, that cybersecurity and information integrity is it's not technical. Those are some of the key issues of democracy, of trust, of rule of law, and of citizen security. So where do we stand today? When we started drafting this, I wasn't part of the Berlin process last year in any capacity, so I read the recommendations and I read the Aspen's very, very nice report about what has been implemented, and unfortunately, I must say that the progress since last year was very limited, and I'm using very limited as trying to be as diplomatic as possible in this case. So some governments drafted some strategies, some formed some working groups, but basically, honestly, reforms are stalled or fragmented or very superficial. Cybersecurity is not yet treated as a challenge that is tied to all these other issues that I've mentioned. Procurements in the area are obscure, expertise is underfunded, and surveillance technologies are being misused are being misused to target critics. Across the region, independent media are struggling to survive donor withdrawal. I know there will be more talk about this later on, but it's important because part of that journalism is also a security issue. It's defense against disinformation as a security threat. With the announced or anticipated meta withdrawal from Europe, fact-checking will be even weaker. And that community is already fighting with richer, stronger enemy that was already too big for the battle. Additionally, I want to emphasize the one country, which is Serbia, and I think it's necessary to say that there we are seeing an increasingly hostile environment for journalists and civil society, where smear campaigns and surveillance are part of daily reality, and this is the only place where I'll go out of these general regional contexts. You see in the answers, I think that media literacy remains lower because it's like already repeated so many times. There is no information literacy, and from year to year, we remain at that very same low level. Recommendations are dozens. They are all, I think, really well written, and go look at them. Some of them are repeated. I will just go with a couple of most important ones. So for the Western Balkans government is to adopt and implement EU-aligned legislation in this area, such as Digital Services Act, European Media Freedom Act, the AI Act, the NIS2 directive, but not as a part of a box-ticking exercise. Implementation matters, transparency matters, participation matters in this process. We also need a new foreign malign influence. We also need national strategies against foreign malign interference and manipulation. But again, that will bring together all the resources our actually small societies have. Then invest in large-scale projects of media literacy. It cannot be outsourced. The only good examples, the very few countries that seems to be winning this game are those that made this not as a side project, but integrated lifelong learning education. I put together EU and Berlin process partners and international organizations because there is a lot of overlap there. So. And I think if you talk around, you'll hear that in any area from everyone in the civil society in the Western Balkans is do not focus only on legal harmonization, assess impact, call out authoritarian tendencies when they arise, point out to digital repression when it happens. I think that everyone in the civil society is very much tired from this rosy angle that doesn't produce real reforms that our citizens can feel and relate to. Support independent media and watchdog organizations. with long-term funding and with, even more important, with political support and protection, because there are no, right now, other defenders of the information integrity. There are none. If there are, better support them, but right now, this is it. And condition the digital transition support on transparency, inclusiveness, and rule of law. Otherwise, we are fueling the problems that we are trying to solve. Implementing digitally advanced tools without having the basics in the rule of law, transparency, is making problem worse and more difficult to fight. And finally, for the civil society, I think that in the environment, which will also be one of the topics of this event, in the environment where we are working under constant pressure from different sides, we did our job in comparison with the recommendations from the last year the best, but still there is a need to strengthen regional cooperation and advocacy. Our fragmented voices are not heard by our governments, are not heard by the international mechanisms, by European Union, and are certainly not heard by the platforms. So the only way forward to us is to try to cooperate more. We need to build our capacities, and it's difficult because investment in our capacities is really low, but without that we cannot be credible partners, and it must be taken into serious consideration. And I didn't mention there is a lot of things in the report talking about how in all of these different aspects, women, youth, vulnerable groups are more in danger, underrepresented. So in all of these digital threats, I want to emphasize that we need to continue monitor and counter anti-gender narratives, because these are not just culturally based. This is like directly a direct tool to undermine our democracies. And I'll stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Milta. And again, there's so much there. I know all of this is familiar on the surface, but when you go deeper, there's a lot more to be talked about. Darko, you and your team do a lot of work in bringing out what's going on, disinformation that's spreading, all the horrible things that are happening online. And I know you and your team have done a lot to try and help bring to awareness, but also even to educate on what can be done. So there's, again, one of those magic wand questions for you. How can the region actually respond better to the rise in disinformation and cyber threats?
Well, I mean, first of all, let's be clear. When you're talking about a magic wand, there's not such thing as a magic wand or a silver bullet in this case, and or there is. But let me kind of get to the point there. I mean, we started off dealing with this information as a fact-checking organization, and I know that there's a lot of people working in media literacy, working with independent media and credible content, working on other fields in fighting disinformation and information problems in the current field. And I've always been saying, actually, this is a British event, so I was always kind of misquoting Winston Churchill and saying that, in fighting disinformation, fact-checking is the worst possible tool, except all others that we have tried using. So, it's just kind of saying that nobody has a silver bullet to fight this. But, there is a werewolf there. There is an elephant in the room when talking about this issue, and that is the platforms and the models that the platforms are inciting or I wouldn't say imposing but they are imposing it in the society, because social networks have become the society in also many ways. And I believe that actually, talking about regulating platforms and talking about making them accountable for their models, actions, and everything is probably anything we can come close to a silver bullet. and then thinking about how to deal with the issue, so the EU is trying with the Digital Services Act and another digital regulation to act on that. I'm not sure whether that will be a silver bullet, but at the moment that's the closest thing to a silver bullet we have in the field. But then we are here the countries of the Western Balkans region with our market, we cannot use the same leverage as the EU with their 450 million very rich market can do in this field. So talking about what can we do as a region, we need to, first of all, we need to do it with a single voice. We need to do it all together, because the only way we might get heard in this is by kind of approaching the problems together. We need to kind of figure out that everything that we do is insufficient, but still good enough that we can at least fight off some of the problems we have. And then in the end, we need to pressure the actors on the global field, which is the platforms, and in this case, the EU institutions, to help us transfer at least some of the impact and some of the regulation that they have here in the region. Because even if we transpose all the legislation that is in there, it will not be applied to us because we are not part of the digital single market, and we need to fight for that as a region. So there is no silver bullet, but there is a silver bullet, at least something close to it, and we need to at least stay on track with the train that can provide us with that. So
thank you. Thank you. And Branko, we had a quick session in between sessions to talk about how the private sector and the expertise that the tech community has can actually help, because it's all nicely said, but in reality, in terms of capacity is lacking within institutions, capacity is lacking within the civil society sector, and capacity is lacking across our citizens. So what can the private sector do to help?
Well, that's a very loaded question, but I think there's a lot that the private sector can offer the civil society sector. I think that most people now have noticed that the Western Balkans are a very complex region with different countries taking different stances on disinformation, and the use of disinformation campaigns and the protection from disinformation campaigns. That's unfortunate, but that's the reality that we live in. So I don't believe that there's one single solution that could fit every single Western Balkan country. I do think, though, that applying these two and the EU Digital Services Act is a good sort of recommendation. It's a good starting point. And most countries in the Western Balkans are moving towards adopting some sort of cybersecurity regulation and AI regulation as well, although those are all, I hate to say it, check the box, like Denise says too, so we're gonna say this. And so is it implemented effectively? No, and that's because there's no cultural awareness of cybersecurity. There's no awareness of how important it could be, or if there is an awareness, it's ignored sometimes by some governments. So I do think that to solve the problem of disinformation and cybersecurity, there needs to be three things. There needs to be, and I hate to say it, technical security. Technology is very important when it comes to protecting from security. Strategic communications. How do you communicate to the public if there's a disinformation campaign? And then media literacy, which we've all mentioned is very important to teach the citizens how to actually identify that there is a cyber attack, because a disinformation campaign is a cyber attack. And a lot of governments do not realize they have national cybersecurity response teams that will react to a cybersecurity event, but I don't think that they consider disinformation campaigns to be a cyber attack, which it actually is. So for those governments that I think are following the trend and trying their best to battle against disinformation campaigns, I think it's really important for them to, within their CERT or their cybersecurity emergency response team, to open up what's called an information operations cell. And what that cell would do would be something that would monitor cyberspace to identify disinformation campaigns through patterns using artificial intelligence. They would get tools to disrupt disinformation infrastructure, and they would do tabletop exercises to simulate what would we do in case there's a disinformation attack. Then comes strategic communications, where they have to communicate that out to the public. That's really important. For those governments that maybe are not so advanced in disinformation campaigns, I think when they put it against a lower priority, I would recommend that NGOs and civil society partner with, and the NGOs and civil society have a very important task here. And I think that a partnership with the private sector, especially with large multinationals, is something that should be considered, and it's already being talked about in some places. The private sector can offer seed funding and funding that the government will not provide, or in the absence of donor organizations, they might be able to fund something. And there's also open source secure solutions that will recognize botnet patterns, that will recognize threats and disinformation, that will recognize threats through social media campaigns, and then that can authenticate content. And so those have already been proven to work since they're free. While it takes some volunteer time, which my company would do, for independent media, to put those into practice.
Thank you. I will pause you here and come back to you in a minute. Again, there's a lot of technical stuff in there, but it's really important for us to come to a common agreement that actually the private sector potentially has some funds to invest. Also, they have the knowledge, you have the tools, and some of the tools are free. So maybe this is a way forward for the civil society organizations. But I will come back to you a bit later, Branko. I now have a question. You raised media literacy and digital literacy in general. Snezhana, this one's out to you to see what actually works, because I myself have worked in the field of media and media literacy for quite a few years now, and we know that there is no single response. So what works and what can be scaled based on your experience?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it, I think, our kind of point here. So I think first and foremost, what worked for us is basically this approach of connecting with grassroots organizations and scaling the approach in a sense that you will not have the same approach if you go to a small town in a North municipality, let's say in Montenegro, or you go, I don't know, in Gostivar in North Macedonia, or you go to Shkodra in Albania. So like having these nuances for the people who are usually proactive individuals within organizations who really do want to pass the knowledge. That was one of the things that was working, and obviously the knowledge exchange in between organizations was something that was working for us. We had this project in which we had organized e-government support centers as well, which turned out to be quite a good way of citizens actually receiving help, because one of the things is that communication of these topics. For me personally, digital literacy, media literacy, literacy, those are part of functional literacy of 21st century, and communicating information integrity as a separate topic from everything else, I think this is the approach that we cannot afford anymore, because we are constantly talking, you cannot believe in anything anymore, but you're supposed to believe us. So this is something that we are like trying to figure out along the way. And also I think what worked for us is actually showcasing how it impacts you as a consumer first and foremost, because ironically now, like the consumers' rights and us as consumers has become such an important point of view and aspect. So this is kind of an angle that we are testing right now. But I would say what has proven, and on point to be on time, to work is actually providing sustainable program funds for grassroots organizations first and foremost, because people who are working within that are usually struggling with funds, struggling with all these sorts of topics that Milica actually mentioned as a kind of recommendations, because if you're struggling with sustainability first, then you do not have so many things to go around with, and also actually involving your target group. That's also another thing. Usually people who are developing curriculums around media and digital literacy are people who have certain sort of expertise, but imagine 50 of us, 40 plus years,
talking about media literacy for a 15-year-old who has other channels of communication that we are not using, and we do not understand the language first and foremost, and all of these nuances. Sometimes you will teach a person much more about like what to believe in and how to question things. Questioning things is like the baseline of everything, and it comes down not only to the individuals, but also my experience showcased the people who work in public administration on all levels, decision makers, people who are stakeholders, just understanding the impact and the importance of functional literacy, because these are all like, you know, the sides, not two sides of a coin. We cannot talk about it anymore. It's like 55 sides of one coin. And that's it for me on this.
Thank you so much. And functional literacy, those of you who are involved in the work in education, is a recurrent issue, not to call it a problem, in the Western Balkans. But also what I find interesting, a couple of you have already mentioned vulnerable groups, young adults or young people, but no one's mentioning people over the age of 60. And I have read research that says that actually disinformation spreads most across those who are over the age of 60. So I would like to keep us thinking of that group as well. But in addition to what works on the ground, we have to go back to how to deal with the government, because government also has a bit of a role to play when it comes to setting up the infrastructure, protecting what we've got, and also procuring surveillance and cybersecurity technology. So a question to Orchidea. I know you have comment on a couple of the other topics. I could see it on your face, but maybe if you want to reflect quickly on the procurement, and if you want to follow up some of the previous questions as well.
Thank you, Lara. You rightfully mentioned governments. I would like to go a little bit back to theory when we talk about cyber adversaries. What are cyber adversaries? Like agents or entities that have malicious intentions in attacking systems, to take over systems, to take personal data, to freeze the works of governments, companies, and so on and so forth. And literature recognizes several of them, like script kiddies, 15, 16 years old, who are very, very good at tech, or insider threats, or hacktivists, or cyber criminals, who are those who have intent gain, financial gain. And then we have state nations, and those who sponsor attacks or execute attacks with clear ideological and intent. And then we have domestic governments, which are governments that exercise cyber attacks towards their national citizens, stakeholders, and so on and so forth. And why do we talk about surveillance and censorship? I think the surveillance and censorship are one of the most valuable tools in the toolbox of dismantling democracy and rule of law. Because what do you do through these tools? You get access to the opponents, and not only opposition in a political sense, but to media, to activists. And we've seen that throughout the region a lot. But how is technology procured? There are several ways. One is direct procurement. So institutions procure technology. Throughout the region, us as civil society, if I ask how many freedom of information requests have you sent through this year, probably you don't even remember the number. Sometimes governments do say who do come up with public information. Some other times, and in most of the most sensitive times, it's labeled under national security, so nothing is made public. There are also some intermediaries, how technology is procured, those who erase or try to erase the links between vendors, supply chain actors, and also the final buyers. And then we have another interesting reality, which is gifting or lending of equipment, like the case of Albania with deep packet inspection technology that was lent to the government to implement the TikTok ban. Now, having mentioned all these things, and I need to look at my notes because sometimes I forget, how do we make governments, or how should governments do that? Well, I think political and institutional will first, and we've seen throughout the first panel that this is quite lacking. And then we talk a lot about transparency and accountability, and with digitalization, it's so very difficult to look into transparency and accountability. A strengthening of legislation, we all mentioned that, but then we have very good legislations in place throughout the whole Western Balkans, but then we are lacking in terms of implementation. And here is like, when you talk about policy making, everybody knows we have the policy cycle, we have the feedback cycles, and those lack very, very, very much. Costing is also very important. When we are doing a lot of strategies in acquiring tech, we just don't mention the cost part of it, but it helps a lot in terms of transparency. Whistleblower legislation, I think, is something that is very, very important, to have strong legislation throughout the region and to have these safeguards. We heard on the first panel about weak courts and justice system, but then again, having that legislation in place, at least we have some safeguards at least. And then we talk about clear public messaging. There's a lot of abuse because technology is hardly understood. Even us who work in this field, there are developments happening every second. If you look at international institutions saying that our country is suffering 500 cyber attacks per minute, and then the global average is 600. So messaging is very, very important. It's being used to have this unidentified enemy that is attacking us, but sometimes at the end of the day, the enemy to the government are us as activist citizens, and this is very important. And this is like the burden falls on us as civil society. And even if we have very good legislation in place, you've probably heard about the PEGA committee at the European Parliament in 2022, after the 2021 investigation on Pegasus, and how for issues of national security and policing, governments in the EU can procure surveillance and spyware technology. But then the European Parliament and the committee came up with a decision that was misused, and it was used in Poland, in Hungary, and I can't remember the third country, with hard evidence used against civil society and the opposition. I'm a Chibning cybersecurity fellow, and in 2023, my thesis was exactly on this, how cybersecurity is used to dismantle democracy in the Western Balkans. Back then, 2 years ago, basically, there were a couple of cases that I could map on my research, and I had to rely a lot on theory and other experiences. But in these 2 years, we've seen so many progress. And lastly, there's this copy mechanism from one country to the other. If you remember the Hiljade Kamera in Serbia and in Belgrade, an excellent campaign, we have smart cities now being implemented in Albania. And we have an added AI element to that, how this video footage is being processed through AI software and solutions to exercise this sort of surveillance for the sake of territorial control.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, there is so much that's been opened here, and a bit of a cold shower and reality check, I think, for a lot of us, because when you say this information, you think, you know, external factors, hackers and that, but when you put it to us this bluntly, I think anyone who had any doubts has a bit of a reality check right now. So I will put it out to the room before I go back to the panel for any questions. There is serious expertise right here on the stage with me. So let's hear it from you. I'm sure there are questions, and I know this is a tough one. There's a microphone waiting for you to grab it. So can you get your hands up? And if you're not ready yet, I will ask the next question while you get ready to ask questions. So Milca, in terms of this need to balance between rights and making sure that people are safe and secure, what is the balance between, you know, the freedom, the human rights element, and being cyber safe and proof?
Well, the balance is the rule of law. The response is like, it's really simple in Barbiland. Because if you do all of that by adhering to the high standards of the rule of law, through transparent processes conducted by the institutions with integrity, with inclusion of all stakeholders and citizens into these decisions, with control mechanisms, then you are fine. But our countries are not and won't be. And why, even if we heard the first panel and we just heard what Orchidea explained, because there is this vicious circle in which you have non-functional judiciary and other democratic and rule of law institutions, where corruption is entangled in every aspect of the state and life. In which you are unable to follow these standards because you can't satisfy the corruption. The good money is not coming to you because you can't promise what's going on with there. But then there are good friends to our authoritarian governments, which are defined as malign influences, which are coming. They are coming with shortcuts, with fast solutions, with gifts, with lending. And you have to deliver something back to your citizens. You can't be the last one in the race. You have to offer something that exists in Serbia or in Albania, because you have to go to elections. I think that because I'm cynical, because I'm doing this for 25 years and I've seen a lot of promising reforms and great, and I'm coming from a leader and front runner, not for the first time. I don't think it will work like this. And Darko already mentioned this potentially, I mean, we need to have some idea that something will eventually help. You will see that part of the recommendations are basically recommendations to allow us, while we are doing negotiations in which this harmonization is pretty neglected, that we should be letting EU digital mechanisms, that EU democracy shield should be widened, that we should become part of ENISA in terms of cybersecurity, either as observers or within some of these different partial integrations, because if it's really meant that we are ready when we get there, whatever that happens, if this is neglected, the gap will be so big that we will never be able to catch up with the standards of those that are now working, implementing with struggle these new policies, because it's difficult to implement everywhere, not just here.
Thank you so much. Just to check, do we have some questions from the audience? Anyone ready to ask? If not, I'm very happy to keep going. Yes, there is a question at the front here, Jeremy. Very first table on the left.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Just there. If you can say your name and
My
who
name
you're
is
asking.
Sanja Kekic, president of Women for Cyber Serbia, and work with Branko Primatica Cedars International. My question is, you mentioned EU legacy NIS2 directive and so on. My question is, what you think, are our countries are ready to implement all of this?
Thank you. Maybe I will give this question to Branko, because funnily enough, I know that Branko has spent a lot of time outside of Western Balkans, so you may have an external view on what you've seen so far.
Well, I could talk a little bit about the time that I have spent in the Western Balkans. I'm originally from the United States, so I've been here for 4 years, and I've traveled and reviewed laws from Montenegro, from Serbia, from North Macedonia, from Bosnia does have a law, but it's not public yet, so it's in a drawer somewhere where they don't want to implement it. When they say harmonize with NIS2 legislation, it means copy and paste the critical infrastructure segments that are listed in NIS2 and just kind of listing them in their own legislation. There's nothing enforceable about that. That's just naming critical infrastructure, for example. They leave out the enforcement mechanisms. I hate to say it, but one of the countries that I've actually had a hand in writing their law, their enforcement mechanism for breaking the law was $200. I mean, then $500 for a major incident. And my comment back was, this is not a serious sort of enforcement mechanism, because big companies can keep on paying this over and over again. And the answer I got back was, we did our study, we thought this was a sufficient amount to punish someone. And so it shows a lack of cyber maturity, it shows a lack of political maturity, and it shows a lack of not being ready to really implement the enforcement mechanisms of those standards. The copying and paste, yes. Checking the box, yes, we've done it. We're the first ones in the region, or second, but no mechanism to enforce.
Thank you. And maybe, Orchidea, if you want to reflect as well, because I know you've done quite a bit in the region and consulted on the matter.
Very shortly. Well, will and capacities and so on and so forth. But I'd like to ask everybody in the room a question. What is the cyber workforce in your countries? So do we have people to fill out the positions in public institutions that are needed to exercise the law, but also to exercise compatibility with the NISA requirements and so on and so forth. I was listening yesterday to the head of a national cybersecurity agency in Albania saying that we have 400 vacancies among Albanian institutions of people in cyber positions, which is mind-blowing to me, because the region, I'm not sure about the numbers in your countries. I think you're noting, so they're similar. So it's mind-blowing that the whole region, the governments have started this race, who is a cyber champion of the region, where they don't have capacities. But then we have to think of how we are impacted by that. You know about the 2021 personal data leakage breach in Albania, and the Commissioner of Personal Data Protection did an investigation, and two things came out. People that were technical people that were in technical roles, supposed to protect the critical infrastructure and our data, did not have technical knowledge and legal knowledge to do so. So these are very, very important elements that we need to consider. But why don't we have people? This is something that goes to, to another discussion.
Go on. And I'll just look if there's another question.
From Serbia, one of the things that I've learned is that the administration there believes that in order to work in cybersecurity, you need to have a master's in cybersecurity. So that means that you have to go through all these studies, 6 years of studies, in order to become a cybersecurity professional. In the United States, that is, and maybe the West, it's not the case. You can go through certification processes and on-the-job training to become a cybersecurity professional. There's no need for you to wait 6 years to build up a cybersecurity workforce. So I just wanted to bring that out to people who might have some influence somewhere and say, no, it's not necessary. You can do it much quicker.
And actually, I know for a fact that here we have members of the team who are implementing a project on behalf of the UK government, building the capacity of women in cybersecurity to develop their leadership skills, which is not 6 years and it's not a master's. And it requires a whole lot of other skills and not only technical knowledge to do that. Just a quick check if anyone else is ready for a question. Yes, we have a question here. Jeremy, you have to run to the front again, doing your cardio for today. Just there, yeah? Yeah.
It's a question to us all, but it's also a comment. I'm Selma from Sarajevo, from Tsure Foundation. If you have a master in informatica, you can get a job tomorrow in the school where my daughter goes. So which is so funny, the place has been vacant for years and kids do not have education in basic informatica. I really don't know how to say informatica in English. It's very typical for our social context. And for me, that is important because just 2 weeks ago, I've heard about the term digital native. And I was asking, what the hell is digital native? And they told me, this is the new generation who basically do not speak the language and do not communicate the way I have learned to communicate. They communicate digitally. And my daughter is one. So the teenagers today are digitally native. And I have to adjust the way how I raise my daughter to communicate with her in digitally native language or whatever it is. So I am open for education, which is, yeah, tell me what to do. I have a very specific question on, I have always a problem, who decides what is a security threat? Coming from a feminist organization and being a feminist myself, I'm always asking myself, what is the level of limitations of personal security data? And who decides what is the security threat for my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and what is not? So let me put that in a perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Can you please explain to me, with all the digitalization process of our judiciary, courts, and so on, how come that you will sooner get a ticket for a bad parking or speeding, but you will not get a ticket if you don't pay child support? For me, not paying child support is a security threat because you're putting more than 51% basically of civilians into really discriminatory social position. Who makes that choice? Whose decision it is? What is a security threat to a community?
Thank you so much, Selma. Just to check, does anyone have a half a minute answer to give out? Or shall we contemplate over the lunch break on this one? Okay.
No, for the first part, for digital, I just need to emphasize, and I feel we need to emphasize that digital natives does not equal digitally literate.
Yep.
This is very important for us to know because we're talking about media disinformation, we're talking about media and information literacy, cybersecurity. These are the knowledge and skills that digital native people, they are lacking. And it's numbers, I'm sure you have statistics about that, but this is something that we need to be very, very careful about. And we shouldn't, and governments especially, because I've seen that interacting with institutions in my country saying, oh, we have ICT classes. No, ICT classes doesn't make you a digital literate person. And yeah, I'd like to close with that.
Thank you so much. Branko, half a minute.
I was going to say that for cybersecurity, it's usually your incident response team or your national CERT that detects an incident and says this is a cybersecurity threat. For personal security, such as financial security and things like that, that's kind of out of their scope. So I'm not sure. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, I've been there a couple of times to talk to the Ministry of Communications and Transport, the Ministry of Sigurnost, security. And there's a little bit of a confusion as to who's responsible for what, even though the law actually, there's a law that defines it. So I've talked to both ministers trying to explain to them what the law actually says, but they can't agree. So Bosnia is a very interesting country, especially with two entities in a canton, who also have their own security programs. I'm telling you things that you already know about Bosnia, but if you're asking me who's responsible, I have no idea because there's so many people involved. I'm not sure who the author is. So
thank you. And I think one of the recommendations is for Bosnia and Herzegovina to try and define who is accountable and responsible for any of those elements. Final comment from Bojana?
Just like a second. I have two, let's say, things to say on both of this, and obviously to agree with what Orkidea was saying. Data literacy among civil servants is something that came up a lot during when we are talking about digital transformation of the public sector. So data literacy among all levels of public servants is one thing. Another, because I think this is one of the main reasons why all these digital processes are lacking, and that's the public reform. So that's public administration reform is a kind of key, because we need to transform the process itself before we digitalize this. Otherwise, we're just coming up with a non-functional online system, which is true across all of these cycles of digitalization we are talking. And I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know, Darko, you have a lot to say on the subject, but I think maybe people grab Darko during lunch break to discuss further on how we can actually change things in practice. Thank you so much to all my panelists. You did a brilliant job and you were super efficient and focused. Thanks for the questions. And we are already going into the next session, this time with Spotlight on Media. So I'll give you a moment to step off and start inviting my next panel. And for this one, I have joining me on the stage Dražen Đurašković, Syndicat of Media in Montenegro, Zoran Richliev, Media Manager in Metamorphosis, Davor Marko, Program Manager for Central and Southeast Europe at Thomson Foundation, and Leila Bicakcic, Executive Director of Center for Investigative Journalism. So while we wait for them to join me, a quick round of applause. It's fine, wherever you wish to sit. I will be asking you questions in a randomized order anyway. But just to say, in general, we all know that the past 5 years have been really, really tricky and getting trickier and trickier for media. And although media did not have a specific working group to develop recommendations, what was concluded was that media is an underlying factor and relevant to all the thematic areas that we have worked on. So it's really important to acknowledge that we are aware of all the challenges and difficulties that we're facing at the moment. Looking at our Mentimeter, I just want to see, in terms of what our audiences think here, what are the biggest threats to media in the Western Balkans at the moment? So is it threats to journalists, or is it something else? Please refer to your Mentimeter to see what might be your opinion. Other options available: censorship, media ownership, financial survival, AI, or maybe there's something else. Let's have a look at. Yeah, let's stay with the results for a bit. So threats to journalists clearly remains up on top, and media ownership and censorship coming really closely. But, you know, I personally find it really difficult to say what's worse than the other. So let's get the conversation started. I mean, I can't begin by not mentioning safety of journalists. And we all know at the moment, everywhere in the region, there are different types of threats and different challenges that our colleagues in media are facing. And Dražen, I know you have a lot of experience with that in Montenegro, unfortunately. So speaking from a practical point of view, what in reality could governments and donors do to help with something that really, really needs help, which is safety of journalists?
Thank you. First of all, let me say that the journalists and independent media outlets in Montenegro are living in some kind of survival mode. So we mentioned some of the problems in the previous panels, but I would like to emphasize it more. Besides the financial market, besides the political pressures that are faced, besides the radicalization in the public speech and relativization of some basic democratic norms that also affects the trust in media, we have also very poor working conditions for journalists. For example, in Montenegro, our last survey shows that 2/3 of our media workers earn less than national average. And on top of that, we have these safety and security issues that are raised, that are maybe most visible ones that threats our security. I have to emphasize that to fight all of these issues, journalists are usually left on their own. In Montenegro, and I as my knowledge shows from the region, I don't think that there is sustainable support service within the newsrooms among the in the region. In Montenegro, there is no for sure. And also this institutional backing is lacking. We have really severe cases of attacks and threats to journalists that are still unresolved. So in this kind of climate, it doesn't surprise us that a lot of journalists leave the profession. And we saw it in the recent years that a lot of good journalists have left the journalism in Montenegro, which is very unfortunately. And if we add to that, that public officials and politicians in Montenegro are not aware of what is the real function of the media in one society. For example, we recently have the bans of some certain media outlets from ministry conferences. We have really harsh speech against the civil society activists. We have pretty, I don't know how to explain it, but some of political parties use the term fake news for everything that they did dislike in the media outlets. So in this kind of climate, we first expect for government to educate their officials to see what is the real role of media outlets in one society. The second, maybe one concrete action that we in Montenegro think it will be useful, we have initiated maybe 1 year ago formation of national mechanism for safety of journalists. It is inspired by the Dutch model, and we initiated with the Commission for Investigation of Attacks on Journalists, and also with the support of OSCE mission in Montenegro. And right now, we are in the process of negotiating with the governments and with the media outlets. But the role of this body will be to be proactive when something happens, some incident happens, that they will really follow, that make sure that everyone follows their protocols, police, prosecutions, and other relevant institution, but also to provide the help for the victims, which is lacking now. So maybe these two things will be most urgent one. And for the donors, and I will be very quick, maybe besides helping us to establish this kind of mechanism that could serve as a role model in the region, we will really appreciate if they see the concept of safety of journalists in a more holistic way, that includes also legal security, psychological security, but also security at working place.
Thank you so much. There's, again, a lot in there and a lot to unpack, but also knowing that we do have some of the international community here. Leila, I know you and your team have unfortunately experienced all the hard sides of the coin, including attacks on safety of your journalists. You have acted as whistleblowers on many subjects. You, together with independent media across the region, are experiencing struggles with donors withdrawing their funding. So what can really be done in terms of ensuring sustainability of any sort when it comes to independent media?
I mean, it's always difficult to answer the sustainability question, because it's not just the financial sustainability. It is the security of job. It's a security of and well-designed contractual obligation toward the journalists, where they have the safety of their working position, of course, but their future as well. I mean, they need to be, of course, safe that they will not lose job, but they need to have enough salary, well enough to actually sustain their lives. There needs to be a psychological support, because that is also sustainability in terms of burnout that we are actually facing more and more in the Balkans, even though we don't traditionally talk about it. We are talking about physical safety, because that is also a question that is not being addressed. We are mentioning it from time to time, but then very often I'm being asked, so how many journalists have been killed in Bosnia over the last 10 years? None. Okay, then it's safe. That's the kind of reaction that you actually want the body count to be able to say that it's safe or not. So all of that is actually contributing to the opportunities of journalists to seek other jobs, because it's, at the end of the day, we are all of desire to have a safe, good environment, well-paid job with opportunity to provide for our families. With journalism, more and more is not able to provide, which actually leads people outside of the profession. So when it comes to the sustainability, again, we need to look at it from the holistic approach, where all of these boxes will be ticked, and it will be kind of an approach that would recognize difficulties that are not only faced in the Western Balkans, but globally. We are talking about infotainment that is taking over, generally taking over the media scene. So that means that there is no serious journalism that will be sustainable, because it doesn't pay off. You cannot really pay for a well-investigated story because it's expensive, it's lengthy, it's not well read, because again, audience taste is driven elsewhere. So what we are going to end up with, just a short photo news that will give us the essence of the information. That is not informed world. That is actually what political masses and interest groups are actually driving toward, because it's easy to manipulate. What we also need from donors is to think about different segments within journalism. Journalism is not kind of same all. Every journalist is the same, every outlet is the same. There are specifics within the media scene that actually targets particular parts of audience, because even audiences within the country, within the communities, are not unified across spectrum. So those specifics needs to be taken into account. And then think about what we actually want to support in journalism. What is commercial, what is not? What can be sustained through regular market conditions that needs to be improved, of course, but then what can never be commercialized to the point where we have public interest journalism that will not drive commercial income to that side, but it's still needed and needs to have a support. What we need in terms of psychological support to the journalists. I mean, what are the burnout rates that are not being reported, that we are not mentioning, and where does that take journalists? We are seeing more and more communication side being emphasized, where journalism and communication are often offered as a joint curriculum. We drive proper journalism from the profession. It's easier to be a communicator. It's easier to be PR. It's easier to do a light TV show where we are going to host different people, be recognized in the shop, and not being target of the attack. All of that is actually qualifying journalism today and needs to be taken into account if we want to talk about the long-term sustainability. Because if we just count the money, how much did you earn last month? We are actually going to close down the shop for most of the critical journalism in the Balkans, but also in Europe, but also globally.
Just checking if there are questions already coming up. I know that a lot of the independent media are struggling as it is, you know, what you've just described, because when you are championing the truth, when you are exposing really difficult stories, when you're exposing corruption and dealing with sensitive matters, it's not really sexy. And it's not something that people are ready to invest in and put their sponsorship tag on, which leaves independent media struggling on finding ways to fund these really difficult and long stories, and at the same time, which are putting your teams under so much pressure, both in terms of physical safety and psychological support and all else. But I know, Davor, you and your team have worked over the past years to look at how you can possibly use public interest and keep that support going while exploring different models of financing. And I know this is really difficult, but there has been innovation in the region and also beyond. So I wonder if you wanted to reflect on that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Laura. definitely under the roof of the same project with British Council and Bern, and in collaboration with other partners like GIZ and former projects of IREX and Internews. We try actually to develop something, actually we try to make media actors think beyond typical grant support by donors, preparing them for better times. And we had really naive assumptions that better times will come, that institutions will work their job, that we will not talk about safety and security of journalists, that markets will flourish. And actually, that was assumption like 7 years ago when we started to work intensively in the Western Balkans. But unfortunately, and we witnessed this through reports at this forum and also through other reports, that actually we have a deterioration of the situation. And we are talking again about pre-political, even Hobbesian term, state of emergency, where people are actually struggling, media, civil society actors, ordinary citizens, if you take into account Serbia these days, are struggling for physical security and mental health. So last 7-8 years, we learned a lot through this work. And actually, there are some lessons that we learned that can be actually applied, thinking the future of professional journalism and media. And also some lessons could be borrowed by civil society actors and other actors. Point is actually to help all these actors think alternative way of actually sustaining their operation, not developing business models like commercial actors. And actually, when they're applying for this different fundraising opportunities, to think beyond that specific support. So to look beyond the current state and to foresight long-term operations. And this is something that Leila mentioned. We work with different types of media, non-profit, mission-led, investigative, small, local, micro-local media, niche media, commercial media, public service media. I mean, tested different modalities of work. Some of them failed, some of them proved the concept, some of them actually resulted in something promised. Some, for example, very innovative modality when we started to work was actually seeking support through the audience engagement. Actually, these are different community-based models. And some investigative media from the region actually managed to generate incomes from direct support of their audience. This is not more than 15% of entire annual budget, but at least they developed this through the one-off donation, crowdfunding campaigns, membership models. We have a lot of media across the region who managed to generate incomes from this. There were examples of partnership between media, local media and local NGOs. And that partnership was really successful and legit. And there were some actual examples when media used their knowledge, their storytelling abilities to develop some services that could actually generate some incomes. Not of that will replace, of course, donor support. Last week we had the donor coordination meeting of the leading remaining donor community after the US cuts. You are all aware that actually a large amount of incomes for professional media, but also civil society organization and some governmental initiatives and projects actually disappear through the night. And we were discussing actually current and future modalities of support to the sector. And actually, what I have to say that we are all actually aware that US funding was the major funding for this sector. And it created kind of artificial market that actually functioned for itself. And now you don't have that market anymore, and you need to actually rethink the new market or new modalities of income, generating incomes. And actually that created dependency of professional actors and, wealthy part of our societies. And actually there are two extremes that we are trying now to get close to each other. One is providing institutional and core grants, and there are still some donors who are providing direct support to media actors. And there are investment development grants. This is something that Thomson was mostly doing. These are two complementary things, which means that if you want actually to become operationally sustainable on the market that doesn't exist, you need to think how to meaningfully use this core institutional grants and to think beyond that. That means to develop cost-efficient way of operation, to employ resources a proper way, to explore alternative markets like community-based communities, diaspora, collaborations, partnership, etc., etc. So this is actually the current state where actually Thomson and some other organizations are really active in, and we are trying to develop this as a sustainable mechanism to support media beyond all other survival-related problems that professional journalists are facing with across the region.
Thank you, Davor. I think there is already a question, so Zoran, brace with us for a moment. Who's got the mic? I've got the power. Come on, Jeremy, you need to go for a run. Oh, Tamara is taking over. Go on. In the front row. I see people in the front row are asking questions. Feel free to ask questions from the back. There is another question there, and then we will go to Zoran. Just there at the front.
Hi, hello. I was actually inspired with what Leila and later Davor were speaking, but I have a feeling like we are only speaking or mainly referring to a media that are somehow CSO based in a way, that are being funded through these projects, things like that produce very high quality journalism. But on the other hand, since I'm coming from Serbia and I saw the Mentimeter and that the media ownership is actually really perceived by the people here in this room as something that is a huge issue. And I would really like to hear your reflections on some contemporary challenges. For example, the situation in Serbia and how hard it is actually to communicate the truth about what is happening in the country with the citizens. And we have few, let's say, independent media. I will not go into professionalism, but definitely independent media from the government that now, due to the media ownership and business deals, are somehow being threatened to be closed, and then basically people will stay without these two televisions. I'm speaking about N1 and Nova S. And basically we also have now this element of business sector interfering in the field of media freedom and big businesses. And do you see that there is a role for civil society organizations in this kind of situations? Because I strongly believe that we should also raise this type of questions and not just, deal with the usual challenges in the time when we have emerging new challenges that maybe require some sort of immediate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to check if anyone would feel comfortable reflecting on that. Leila, over to you, and then I have a question for Zoran, and then there will be a question at the second table there.
We are pretty much in the same shoes, I would say. It's different, of course, since cost of operation for my organization and for N1 or Nova S, we are talking about the mountains difference. So it's not the same, but it is a question of finding a sustainable model that will actually that will make possible for the journalists to continue doing their job and not be influenced by the ownership structure. It's happening. It's happening everywhere. Particularly in the countries that are. We are talking about the captured societies throughout the Balkans, where cash flow is actually controlled by the government, directly or indirectly, even if the ownership structure is set to be coming from another country. In the case of N1 and Nova S, we are talking about well-developed center of Europe country that should actually guarantee the professional standards being respected. Well, we are now seeing that is not necessarily the case anymore, and that's going to interfere with the rest of the Balkans as well. We've seen what happened with Al Jazeera. They just closed overnight. They did not belong to the market in the same sense as N1 does, but I mean, the owner just decided, okay, we no longer want you and you are closed. So that is not actually proving that professional standards and high-level standards respected in the reporting are actually guaranteed of survival. And in that context, I think that a little bit more communication throughout the media scene, which we are not seeing, is necessary. We need stronger independent associations or unions of journalists who would actually address these issues. But I also do see that we need some sort of ethical boards within the Association of Journalists who would actually discuss bad journalism examples, because that is affecting the work of all of us. Because at the end of the day, we are all the same, because it's always the audience is deciding who's good and who is bad, and that is driving the financial flows, and that is basically deciding about the destiny of all of us. So it's a different decision that will need to be reached in order to make possible for N1 and Nova S to sustain and to survive, compared to organizations that I come from, or the non-for-profit organizations. But the problems are the same. And we need to open up this issue of direct business influence and interest, and basically the pressure put on the journalists doing the good job. Otherwise, sorry, you're not going to survive.
Thank you so much, Leila. And on the topic of media capture, having worked with Davor and our team for the past 5 years in quite a lot of detail on this and other matters, we have identified that it's not only business interest. It could be your local government capture, and it could be external influence. And this is related to the previous session on cybersecurity. But either way, when media is captured, then threat to media freedom is right there. And there's so much going on in this field. I wonder, Zoran, if you could reflect on some of the best practices, if there are any, in terms of collaborations which are countering this capture and influence.
Well, weakening the media. I was surprised that the question on Mentimeter on media self-sustainability went so low. I think that the root of the problem is actually the sustainability, because this shows that if they are self-sustainable, media are more resilient to external pressures. Now the media has lost funding. A lot of it has went towards the very large online platforms, which is social networks. And media has been in a position viable to pressures, both political and economic and business interests. This has left space for disinformation, a lot of it. So we're trying to fight these influences and narratives. Concretely, the metamorphosis which I represent way is to have the regional approach to this, and to have a multi-stakeholder approach, because it's not about CSOs only, it's not about media only, it's about state actors, it's about many counterparts that interfere on this, because now there is a free field for disinformation. And on the Balkans, disinformation does not know the borders. Our recent monitoring shows that actually the same narratives appear simultaneously in several countries at the same time in the region. This means that we need to have a joint approach, and this is why I go with Darko, what he said about how to approach disinformation, is that we have to have a joint approach. We have to go as a region, and we have to share data. We have to share the narratives, also to try to provide early warning. When a narrative is located, it will soon spread outwards. So we have a system, Anti-Disinfonet, and with its early warning. However, this is all putting out fires, because the information is already out there, and we're putting out fires. Maybe there are more efforts first in the role of social networks, influencers. You know, the Uncle Ben, the Spider-Man's uncle, famous sentence about with great powers come great responsibilities. It's time for the great social networks, which are huge currently, to take the responsibility for their deeds. As they do it for commercial purposes, how the algorithms function, they need to do it for content purposes. Yes, it's expensive, but we're talking about the richest companies in the world. So part of it is regulating very large online platforms. This is where the European legislation goes, and this is where I openly advocate for DSA, European Media Freedom Act. They have this is very good legislation that actually addresses the problems that we're talking. For example, the independence of the editorial policy is in the Media Freedom Act. It's actually in the law to interfere with the editorial policy. So we need to go together with Europe on this, because we're small. We cannot fight the battle with big players alone. So we have to be on board with Europe, align with the EU key, go with this legislation. And the third one is actually what we're talking all the time, is creating a space for credible media. The problem, yes, it's in sustainability, but there are a lot of funds that are actually redirected to media, but in a wrong way. For example, in North Macedonia, we have a unique electoral code which allows political parties to use public funds, for political advertising by their own decision. So this creates clientelism around media. Media does not interfere with this process because they get a piece of the cake. But at the same time, this is a lot of money. For example, last year, North Macedonia has less than 2 million people. Last year, we had 10 million from the political parties, not the government, not the state, which is another issue, directly to media. And another issue is the the state advertising. So there is enough money for the media. There are funds, but they are misused. The solution would be some kind of fund, which is, I don't know, governed by experts, media representatives, because media, they don't fight for their freedom anymore, because they're dependent on political and economic interest. The only media that's more vigilant in anti-corruption is the non-governmentally funded media, and they are also in crisis currently. Maybe the solution, if the sustainability is the issue, is the cohesion.
Thank you.
Because we have a fragmented market. For example, in North Macedonia, we have hundreds of media, and they're all small, 2, 3, 5 people max. Even the television stations, the national television stations, have 5 to 7 journalists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a very patient person waiting to ask their question at the table here, Tamara. And while we wait, I just want to emphasize, although there are not many, there are journalists who are still fighting for freedom, and I want to advocate and amplify their voice as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I know we are nearing lunch, so I'll try to be very brief. I'm Maria Berisha, coming from Kosovo Women's Network. I've been listening patiently to all the members of your panel, and you have been mentioning the issue of credible media, ownership, sustainability, political influences, economic issue, and everything. But I have not come across that any of you have thought of mentioning the women in media, women journalists in media, and media workers. I know that tomorrow we are having a separate session on women empowerment, and I look forward to it. But I also have to mention that if we talk about media professionals and media journalists, we are talking about 50% of those are women. And women in this profession face different challenges than men. I took a bit of notes, so apologies if I'm reading. But women do face more threats than men. They are exposed to more online and offline harassment, including intimidation and discreditation, especially when they're reporting on issues such as corruption and organized crime, which are a bit more difficult issues to deal with. Also, they face more defamation and smear campaign, including the strategic litigation against public participation lawsuits. And we have seen this across all the Balkan region. And I have taken this information from the Safe Journalist platform. So it's not, I'm not talking from the top of my head. There are also numbers to support this. They are also facing a lot of online violence, which is also connected to the previous panel that we have discussed. And online violence, unfortunately, is not included in all the legislation and recognized as such in the whole region. So this is also something to think about. They face poor working conditions. I know that men face all of this, but women face it double or triple time more. Women work longer hours. They are paid less in many of the instances. They're also not in the leadership position within the media world. So all of this really affects how women are included as media professionals, how women report, how all the journalism is conducted. I know that there are different, how to say, ways to tackle this, but I also wanted to ask all the media professionals not to leave this issue to the women's organizations alone, but please have it in mind when you talk. And there are different forms or the ways to tackle this. There is a very nice initiative in Kosovo started. The Kosovo Association of Journalists created an association of women journalists who will be advocating for their rights and for the better working conditions of the journalists. This is more of a reflection, as I said, as a question, but I also wonder what civil society actually can do a bit more and how civil society can pressure a bit more all the media institutions with all the problems that are very legit that you have mentioned to improve women's position in the media world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for raising this, and I'm really happy that you addressed the topic of women in media, since during our work of the past 5 years, we did a lot of research specifically in that area, and we found the data you mentioned, plus more and more. One of the key issues we have also identified is that networks were not there. So over the past 2 years, there is the initiative in Kosovo with Women in Media Network, but actually in all of the Western Balkans countries. In Serbia, there's already a network for safety of women, but in other countries, including all 6, now there are networks of women in media who promote issues to do with safety of journalists, career progression, also advocating for specific rights that are being threatened. But in addition to this, the whole idea of mentorship and career development and support, which is much, much needed across the media industry, is something that has come up as a really high priority. And actually, I think in the gender equality panel, which we will have tomorrow, there will be one of the recommendations which involves specifically this element. But thank you so much for raising it. I don't know, Leila, if you have a reflection. Zoran has. Oh, okay, so men advocating for women in media first then. Okay, Zoran and then Davor.
Thanks, Lou. Last 8 years I spent in OSCE, and I was working on with RFOM on projects on safety of female journalists. So I'm completely aware of the issue. The problems are shifting towards digital sphere. So yes, the social networks are again in the situation. So, but North Macedonia managed the situation. Currently, we have maybe the most advanced regionally legal basis. All the journalists, regardless of the gender, are treated as officials when they are attacked. There are dedicated prosecutors that process the deeds, the attacks on journalists, but it's not ideal. They have physical attacks are almost non-existent. Now we have only digital attacks, mostly on women, and yes, slap suits, they're on the rise. There is no legislation locally on this, but all the other things are getting better, absolutely getting better, but there is a problem with the impunity. Whenever there is a case against journalists, it almost never finishes with the normal finish. In North Macedonia, in the last 5 years, only 1 in 5 attacks on journalists has been brought to solution. However, the specific challenges of women are emphasized everywhere. There are a lot of trainings on this. Cybersecurity is very important, raising the self-awareness on this, because we see that media do not have the funds, and usually the owners do not really care about the people so much, because they're interested in the other things. So they think that NGOs, associations should protect the employees. They need to be protected in the editorial first, in the media outlet, then outside. However, there are medicines for the situation, and many actors are working, especially representative for freedom of media of OSCE is completely dedicated to the issue.
Thank you so much. Davor and then Leila, and then Draž. Excellent. Now we have some discussion going. I like this.
I would like to say that Lara was very modest while presenting our joint activities under our joint projects. And actually, I really appreciate that mentoring actually stream that was actually targeting and aiming actually to empower female journalists at different positions in media. And actually, we at Thomson and also our colleagues benefited from this. How? Actually, we made our support programs being more sensitive for all these issues that you mentioned. By applying, we call it like the construction of power approach, which means that we actually selectively sometimes target female-led media in the region while working with them and provide very customized programs to support female-led management position through our executive learning. Then we work with media that are focused on women and women rights, like a Forum from Prijepolje, trying to help them to actually strengthen their position on the market, not only in Serbia, but on the region, because they're one of the rare media that apply this gender-sensitive language in media space, which is also important as a learning. We at Thomson also developed kind of e-courses about safety of female journalists with very prominent journalists from the region. So these all actually help us to make these approaches being more sensitive and I think more impactful when it comes to support female. But we are not isolated actor. We collaborate with networks, with other partners who are more focused on these issues. This is very important. Thank you for actually introducing this aspect.
Thank you. Leila?
While we have a lot of international actors dealing with this and promoting good solutions and medicine, as you said, for the problem, reality is actually, or the practice is actually proving us not to be functioning. The threats, online threats against women in general, but women journalists, are mostly sexual, going into emotional side, and they are not necessarily recognized as threats when you go report to the police. So there is a great deal of necessity to work with police who are the first contact when you are reporting online threats. The prosecutors' contact points that are being established and praised as enormous accomplishment when it comes to deal with the attacks of journalists. Yes, but they're just communication contact points. They're not dealing with prosecuting the actual attacks, and only they deal with the attacks that are of criminal nature, which online threats are not. So online threats are actually stopped on the police level because they do not pursue any investigation further. So all of this is, yes, we do have the empowerment in a sense of recognizing the threat. We do have empowerment in recognizing that there are some things moving on, but we are far from the solution. And that is something that we need to deal with. And I do agree that association of women journalists are good, but I mean, that's just a starting point. I think that there needs to be a more cohesion across the spectrum. So it's not just women journalists, it's women in the business society. It's actually women associations everywhere, because we are talking about the common problem. We are talking about the traditionally disrespect and distrust toward women in the Balkans, particularly when they are in the managerial position. I will end with just a small reflection on the personal experience. I'm a woman in a managerial position dealing with anti-corruption. When I go to meeting with elderly representatives of institutions, when I was younger, I'm old enough not to be treated the same way, but then when I was younger, I was more blonde than I'm right now. So they would talk slowly and try to explain. And eventually, at the end of the explanation, they would ask whether I understood. And I would always respond with, No, I didn't, if you can just repeat. Because I'm stupid, I'm a woman, and I cannot be capable of understanding a simple sentences. That's the treatment, but that's a tradition, and it's far more difficult to change that. I'm not saying that that's everywhere, that's universal, but we are seeing tendencies of this traditional disrespect toward women.
Thank you for that vivid illustration, Leila. Really made me laugh. But we also discovered when we did the research on Media for All and Media for Change program that patriarchy and patriarchal norms that are, just ever so present across the region are what needs to be tackled at different levels. So in terms of practice, in terms of policy, and in terms of society as a whole. So it can't be just one element of the medicine. Dražen, you had a comment as well.
Yeah, it is hard to add something after the Leila statement. So,
you're not blonde?
My point was that in Montenegro, the female journalists are majority in the media sector, and we are part of the Safe Journalists Network. And I'm sorry that I didn't mention this in my introductory work, but we have registered really severe cases such as rape threats, extortions, sexual harassment. 3 of our female colleagues have 24-hour police protection at this moment. So the problem is really severe. And thank you for raising this question that we now have to address it also in recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is definitely a call out to the international community here as well, to continue keeping in mind all the different various levels of support that are still needed for media. Because there is a lot of will, there is a lot of interest, but when you are under threat in terms of sustaining yourself, surviving, being physically safe, psychologically safe, and having court cases, slaps, and everything else that's going on, it becomes really hard to do the core of what you're there to do and to champion the truth and, to champion freedom. That is the essence of all the media people that I have worked with over the past years. Just to check, are there any final questions for Orchidea and Marika? Oh, I'm starting to recognize people asking questions. Wait till you see what happens by the end of tomorrow. I'll know all of you.
I have more of a suggestion rather than a question, and also to, promote and take forward recommendations of my working group. We've been working at SciDev with media for a long time now, and for the past at least 2 years, we've been trying to raise awareness with international donors on a key element that Zoran touched a little bit upon it, on digital security and cybersecurity. Because journalists, and especially independent niche media, are the ones that are being attacked. And those that you, Lara, also mentioned, the journalists that are by vocation so, and are those who are fighting for free speech in our region. When dealing with journalists, we've been training them a lot on awareness and how to use tools and so on and so forth. But one of the main challenges they face is access to finance, to actually get access to the software and tools that are needed to set up the cyber protection mechanisms. So this is a call also for colleagues to advocate with donors to put as part of their funding mechanisms, budget lines that require cybersecurity planning and cybersecurity support. Because we can increase their skills and awareness, but when they lack financial means, because cybersecurity is expensive, is on the expensive side of things. When they lack these mechanisms, it's very, very difficult. And then the repercussions of cyber attacks on them is not only a reputational thing, but impacts also sources and all the data and investigations that they have gone through. So yeah, that would be all from me.
Thank you so much. While we wait for the mic to go to Marika, just wanted to draw your attention to gender disinformation campaigns, which we haven't really gone into in depth, but this is something we covered quite a lot in the past projects. And we do have one of our key experts here, Duška Pejović, right there at the back, who helped us deliver a training on gender disinformation, but who was also one of our key mentors. Just so you know, in the region, we have some amazing people in each of the countries who have helped us deliver and build capacities in this area. Marika, over to you for the final question. Yeah.
Yes. I'm an analyst and a scholar based in the UK, and my I don't know, questions or observations come from that experience as well, but also from being a participant in the Berlin process for the past decade. You talked a lot of sustainability, and of course it's really important, but I think what we're facing now, maybe this year, last year, is even more serious because even the BBC, which used to be a beacon of editorial standards and fair reporting, has been plagued by problems when it comes to how to standards and how they report and then how they do their work. And they don't face sustainability issues because it's funded from it's a public service. So one of the my thinking and my concern, and also what has been happening in America for the past few weeks with the pressure on the media. So the problem is much bigger, and how do we then engage and address this bigger problem? It's not just in the Western Balkans, but where are we going in terms of freedom of speech or of media freedom? And is there something more concrete that we need to do, especially in terms of connecting and collaboration to address these issues, which are not just Western Balkans issues? And then my other question may be related, and also to the previous comment, is should media get more attention in the Berlin process? Because in the past 10 years, at the best, it has been a panel on the civil society forum rather than an independent activity in itself. And we now have, Berlin process is covering from agriculture to gender, but media somehow is staying outside. And in this constellation, can and should the European Commission do more on this support, especially in the new multi-year budget, which is being prepared now, this year? And now is the moment to maybe get more vocal about how much money is going to be given to the media in the Western Balkans, but also globally, to address a real threat that I think we are facing now and is bigger than it was several years before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marka. And I think we still have some representatives of the Berlin process and also of the EU institutions in the room. And I would kindly ask my colleagues who are writing up a report and conclusions of the meeting to emphasize the need to potentially include media as a separate thematic area rather than spotlight. This is much appreciated. Just wanted to check in terms of collaboration on something that's bigger than the issue of media. Any volunteers for the final conclusion on this one? I know foreign agent laws have been activating our schemata in the region a lot in thinking, how do we fight the beast? But I'm not sure if anyone knows straight away of something that might work. I mean, it's a big philosophical question you have asked. Maybe it's one to discuss over lunch if you wish. Yeah. With this in mind, I want to leave us with one thought. I went and visited a media outlet in Albania who was recently under cyber attacks. They were under sustainability attacks. They're under all sorts of attacks. And they're in reality under a threat of being shut down. And I asked them, so what are you going to do to actually sustain yourself? And what they said to me was, well, if it means that we need to go back to writing key messages of fighting for truth and freedom on a piece of paper and, going out in the street and giving them out to people, if this is the way we need to function, we will still do it. And for me, this was a sign of saying, no, do not withdraw funding, but help champion truth and what you are already fighting for in the core critical ways based on true values. So my plea to everyone involved is to help media actually sustain themselves and to keep going forward, however difficult the funding scenario is and the socioeconomic and political and other pressures might be. So thank you so much to my panelists. It's lunchtime. We will be back at 2:45 in the room here. Thank you.
Sa tehnologijom parfimskih ulja Lenor Fragrance Therapy donosi ti intenzivan miris.
Come on, stand up, everybody dance!
Doo-doo. Hello, hello. Par sekundi, dobra. Čekamo par sekundi. Moram da probam ovaj. Hello, hello. Thank you. I'm just practicing my thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, yes. I was going to do an energizer, and maybe the slide can change as well. Lunch break and coffee is over, and now we need to power up. Now, I hope you enjoyed yourself over lunch. I hope you had time to talk to some people. And we are going to spend the next 15 minutes trying to regain our energy, and I know you are still digesting. So, thank you. So I'm going to check how well you can follow instructions. And the purpose of this exercise is to get you moving again, to get your energy level up, but also to test your concentration after lunch. So listen carefully. I need everyone to stand up. You don't need anything for this game, okay? And I need you to shake your hand. Shake your hands, shake your hands. People who are coming in are doing a little dance as we go. Now, I'm not going to ask you to hug each other just yet, but do shake a bit like that as well. And this is just to get your brain flowing. Okay, yeah? And you can do it. I think you still, you keep. Okay, now there is a serious instruction. I have left, thank you. I have left tags with colors on several of the tables. So number one, you need to have a look at the color you chose on your name tag, which is not a name tag. Okay, so have a look what you've got. Your number one task is to go to the table which has your color there. And I will tell you where these tables are. So it's a very easy task. This one is dark blue. I think it was good governance. Here is purple. Don't move yet, because people will not know where to go. Stop. Stop. Okay, good. I have red here. Yellow is there. White is... Where is white? Is the tag there? No. White is there. There? Yes, and light purple, I think, is or actually light blue over there. Okay. Did you hear where the colors are? Yes, so you need to move and find the place now. Go. Go, 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 go. You don't need to sit down, you can just stand. No need to sit, you don't need your things. Yeah? How are we doing with colors? I have to warn you, blue and dark blue are very similar. Okay? Are my yellows over there? Yeah? Yellows? Oh, look. Few more, few more. Okay, so everyone's ready. Excellent. And I need the group over there to stand up, please. So if you're sitting, stand up, unless you have a problem why you need to sit. Okay. Now, the next part of instruction requires you to meet two people at your table. So don't sit down, go and shake their hands. Talk to two people that you have not talked to. someone you don't know, within your color, and stop, wait. When you need to finish, there will be a gong. Okay, you can talk now. Go. Thank you. The gong was the sign that your time was up. One more? Thank you. Thank you very much. You can go back to your seats now. While you're on your way back to your seats, I know it's hard to stop people from talking after telling you to talk, but that's okay. And as we settle down, I would like to thank you for a really interesting and relevant morning. And in order to settle down even further, I will now invite my colleague Sasha Madatsky to come and take over the floor and moderate the two upcoming panels. And also, for those of you who have received an email about safeguarding, it's important to let you know we want to keep everyone safe and comfortable here throughout the forum. If there's anything that you don't feel comfortable to do with your own safety, security, or generally comfort, Sasha is the man to contact. Hopefully you will not need to do that. Okay, Sasha, good luck. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Don't contact me, then I have to fill various forms. So good afternoon, lovely people. Thank you very much for coming to Podgorica. And now I would like to invite my dear friends and colleagues to join me here on the stage for the panel on reconciliation and dealing with the, let's say, not so nice past. First, I'm really, really happy to welcome Sofia Todorovic, our rapporteur for the thematic session, reconciliation dealing with the past. Then I would like to invite my really good friend. We know each other for more than 30 years. I mean, this was a human rights struggle, Tea Gorjan-Sprelević from Human Rights Action Montenegro. Then restless fighter for human rights, Adelina Hassani, researcher from the Kosovar Center for Security Studies. And Tatjana Milovanovic, program director from the Post-Conflict Research Center. Okay, we will now start the panel. So as Laura said, she has this Cambridge thank you, and I have a very softer Oxford thank you, which basically means the same. So thank you very much. Now we have a Menti. Please scan your QR codes. We have one question for starting this discussion on reconciliation and dealing with the past. So it will be the... Okay. So what are the keys to unlocking reconciliation in the Western Balkans? So this is actually a voting. So please vote and see what do you think are the keys for unlocking it. It's very interesting to see how those figures are changing. So the truth telling is something that obviously it is expected to be one of the keys, because without truth, there are no war crimes prosecution, there is no youth participation in these unsafe and unsecure spaces, and there is no, of course, no education reform, which is also one of the keys to reconcile, and also to live peacefully here in the Balkans, but everywhere in the world. So thank you very much for voting here. So obviously, the truth telling is something that we really require here. So before we start to interact with our panelists here, I would like to invite Sofia just to briefly walk us through the recommendations that will go for the summit in London.
Thank you, Sasha. Hello, everyone. I'm actually very happy that I will be doing this presentation in a group of people that evaluate truth so much. So this is really, really encouraging and empowering. When it comes to the recommendations regarding dealing with the past, first of all, I would like to thank all the colleagues and CSOs from all around the region who actually participated and contributed to this joint effort, even though I was the rapporteur and in charge of basically compiling all their feedback, but without basically their participation in the national meeting and without their feedback via email, this would not be possible. I will actually, I decided to do this presentation in a way that I will try to highlight the things that are somehow new and that somehow are diverse comparing to the previous recommendations from the previous process. And I would basically maybe start with this first sentence that the essential thing for actually tackling dealing with the past and reconciliation is not just to have a commitment, but to have a shared commitment. So every word basically in this recommendation paper is not by accident, is in the place that it is. You all know that mainly our lives are still being shaped by the unresolved legacies of the past. You have all witnessed in this room, but also the citizens of our countries, that basically many other initiatives, rather, regardless of if we're speaking about economic initiatives or some other initiatives, have been interrupted or disrupted by the issues from the past, which basically means that I have this privilege to present the recommendations that are basically tackling the field, which if we basically somehow neglect it, it will never leave us alone. And it will always basically pop up in every single aspect of our life or our cooperation in general. The whole purpose of dealing with the past process is reconciliation, is not to stay trapped in the past, as some, I would say, malign influences and misinformation would spread this word. The whole idea is to actually shape a future where peace is not a privilege, and where peace is being seen as a long-lasting process. So all these recommendations are being guided with the question, what now? And what should be the next steps, and how to actually enable the environment where non-reoccurrence and prevention guarantees are being put in place. I would once again like to highlight one of the policies recommendations that is being put in the part recommendations to the Western Balkan governments. And this is something that we usually don't speak a lot, and that's transgenerational trauma. And that is the reason why our societies and basically our today's relations and the way we are building the future do not have amazing prospects and aspects, because basically our institutions and let's say social systems do not actually take care about the traumatized people who are still, members of our society. And basically this is one of the very important things, because this can be transferred to the new generations. You can usually hear how young people do not have the need to reconcile because they did nothing wrong, but basically, unfortunately, transgenerational trauma is time-proof. So basically, it means that you can be affected by the conflicts regardless of the fact that you didn't witness it, or that you actually don't even have any kind of memory. And this is why many reports on youth stands are basically showing that young people have high levels of radicalization, high levels of prejudice, and some kind of discriminatory thoughts about the neighboring countries. There is also one thing that actually popped up through this protest, and that is a language. Even though we in civil society really try to overcome language as a barrier, but I think that we should not deny that sometimes we really have a problem because of diversity of the languages that we speak in the region, and sometimes we have to invest more efforts to actually be able to understand each other. Yes, we can use English, but not all of our citizens know or do speak English language. So this is something that mustn't be neglected by our governments, and investing in language initiatives looks like a basic step, but it's actually something that is essential, because reconciliation is also about understanding. And the way how we try to understand each other is with the language that we speak. So this is key. We are also highlighting here the vulnerable groups, because usually when we speak about the conflicts or totalitarian and authoritarian regimes, we usually focus only on the main ethnic groups in the society, completely neglecting more vulnerable groups, or actually some victims that are not being mentioned so often, like, for example, women and men who survived wartime sexual violence, Roma people. All these people somehow stay in the shadow of these main ethnic groups and everything that we are speaking about. And I believe that we will maybe be more willing and more capable to understand the problems on these, let's say, big ethnic groups levels if we would maybe start dealing and more actually speaking about these more vulnerable groups. We also spoke about the need to establish bilateral regional platforms. It's great that we all work together, but we all know that certain country-to-country issues are very specific, so the need for more bilateral platforms for definitely support regional reconciliation and this type of process. We also mentioned here Croatia, even though we know that Croatia is not part of the Western Balkans in the formal kind of sense, but this is a recommendation definitely for Berlin process partners that we really need Croatia's full participation and presence at the tables where we speak about reconciliation, because without this perspective, this story is incomplete, and incomplete stories do not actually value the truth. So this is something that we really need to do. I think that sometimes we very little take care or actually invest attention in highlighting positive examples. I think that Regional Youth Cooperation Office is still one of the biggest examples that survived through all the challenges and through all disputes between the governments and conflict basically stages that we had on some bilateral levels. So I think that we need new regional mechanisms that deal with any of the aspects that have been mentioned here, whether it is justice, education, civic education, or whatsoever. And I think that we didn't learn enough from RICO's positive example of establishment. And I will only remind you that RICO was not built in like 2005. It was also built and established in one very challenging times where, you know, situation in the region was not very shiny and happy. Again, involvement of young people, we see it as crucial for actually this future element, and so we can back up this future-oriented initiatives and to have actually young people who understand that dealing with the past is not just about, you know, like war crimes and asking for justice, but dealing with the past is impossible in the atmospheres where you have no democracy. So when we speak about transitional justice, that is also one neglected part. We also speak from the transition from authoritarian to democratic regimes. Without fair and justice institutions, it's very hard actually to support something like that. Regional databases that contain names of the victims is something that I would say is a process that is very much late, and I think that we have capacities to, you know, somehow implement it. We still don't have a regional database with the names of all the victims in the region, and this is something that is essential so we can actually stop and put an end to many manipulations that we are witnessing. Interdisciplinary approaches, and at the end I would like to finish with that, and this is a recommendation both for the international actors and civil society organizations. We have to keep peace activists, because peace activists in this region are one of the most endangered groups. The way how the state is basically, and the states across the region are shaping very smear campaigns against these people. This is very unjust. Many young people around the region have witnessed this. I will mention one name that for me is very important, and that is the name of young activist from Belgrade, Mila Pajic, actually from Novi Sad, which is now currently in political exile outside of Serbia due to her not just transitional justice activism, but due to her democracy activism. So for me, this is very important that we don't neglect reality in a way. And I'm actually very happy that, as you can see, this panel are mainly women, and we should really take care and invest more in protecting actually female voices that are, I would say, the trademark of dealing with the past and reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sofia, for this sharp 8-minute speech as we agreed. It was really in a second, so thank you very much for this. I mean, as you see, like in this panel or this thematic area is like all the others in this thematic report, all of them are interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, cross-sectional, and intersectional. This means that no single group in society is left out of those recommendations that are presented here in all of the topics. So basically, when you look from the top-down perspective, it is advice to the governments, but from the other perspective, so this is a caring about ordinary citizen. So improving and having a better life for every citizen in the Balkans. So this is the main point of the Berlin process, and not only dealing with the governments and distinguished partners. Okay, so from this very, very hearted speech of Sofia, so basically reconciliation is obviously a spiritual thing, but it is also a legal one. So without legal basis, I mean, we cannot move forward. So basically the prosecution, the war crimes trials, Thea, I know this is a hard question, and I know that you are dealing with those so many years and thinking about it, how law can really help to the reconciliation. Okay, the court truth or sudska istina is something that is completely differently understood everywhere in the Balkans, but war crime trials stay, and the tribunal had left a legacy. So how the war crime trials can help in this endeavor for dealing with the past and reconcile one way?
Thank you. When you said how low in your beautiful Bosnian accent, I thought you would say, how low can we go? Is there a lower than we can succumb to? But thank you for having me on this panel. I'm also proud to be on the panel with esteemed colleagues. And before I move to law, I would like to say something more spiritual to the heart. I'll actually like to share the experience I had recently when I was greeted by the OSCE ambassador to Montenegro, Mr. Jan Haukas, who made a very important symbolic gesture. I was a victim of a smear campaign by one political party in power in Montenegro. It happened because I stood in defense of a lawyer who dared file criminal complaints against the government for abuse of law. The government, the party in power, threatened by saying that he would cry. And I felt that to be totally wrong, no matter the subject of the complaints. Although I did support the subject too, because it related to vetting, which had a dubious legal basis. But then it was the August, everyone was on vacation. Luckily, I had very, very good colleagues who stood in my defense and organized wherever they were in 24 hours to provide me with the necessary civil society joint response, which was very important, not only because of me, but because of anyone who will be next. And there will be next victims. Unfortunately, there were before me and there were next. So this stood as a very important precedent for civil society coming together in 24 hours during August in Montenegro. It is Ferragosto in Italy and everywhere in the world. At that time, the diplomats were also all around, and it took a while for them to start responding to this situation. But Mr. Haukas was there first. He invited me for a meeting, and on that meeting, he told me something that I really wasn't aware of, and I never thought about it. And he said, listen, I know that I could suspect how you feel. Did you know that women are 3 times more susceptible to attacks to their family, and they're much more vulnerable than men to political smear campaigns and whatever, because they feel also in a way more responsible and obliged to the safety of the family and blah, blah. In that case, an article followed the threats I received by attacking my husband for allegedly something illegal, distantly wasn't. But, you start thinking, am I responsible for my family? Is it really worthwhile? And part of the message that I want to say here is that it is. Because the NGOs, speaking about reconciliation, dealing with the past, especially all these issues that we talk about today, we're the first contact spot of the victims. We know how they feel. We know how they feel 30 years to war crimes. State prosecutors, no, not really. They deal with them only when they decide to investigate. But before that, we are the torch keepers. We stay in contact with them. We know that for them, this is in many ways the first day following the war crimes. If they have not received justice, it's just they feel just like on the first day. So we fight for this first day of justice for them. And we are very important to communicate the message to the legal authorities, to the ones who are paid to bring us justice, to investigate and to prosecute. And on this panel, I'm supposed to talk about how to strengthen the judicial institutions, those who are paid by all of us to do more, actually to do their jobs, how to influence, how to provide to them, and I will, I promise, I will. I have the thesis, I have the sentences that I will to say. But actually here before I finish, and that was my last point, because before I come to the point 6, strengthen civil society and media oversight, I would like to make this point 6 the point 1. Because without us and without the media, who were constantly reminding our authorities, our judges, our prosecutors, our police on what the rule of law does mean, what the justice for victims of war crimes means, what, in very practical terms, victims of Flora, Croatia war crime feel today, their families, we would not have any kind of movement in that particular investigation because until today, and we do have some, because Croatia, as we all know, is already a member of the European Union, there is no leverage on Croatia, but only because of media, because of civil society uniting, we have something in their area. And now we finally had a statement on behalf of the prosecutors saying that they also started discussing that case, but not before we brought it on the agenda. So I would advocate for the support for the civil society that is deteriorating. We have less and less people wanting to deal with sad issues, with complex issues, with issues that threaten one's security, the issues that will not provide you with a good governmental job, because it's always very frequently the odds with the government, etc., etc. So the ones who want to deal it still really need all the support they could get and need to unite to get that support. So in that sense, I also welcome this conference and thank the organizers and everyone who supported it. Now back to what do we need to do to support the trials. Okay, but this was very important for me, the message that I passed. Okay, so 30 years since the war crimes, it's of course the final hour for war crimes investigation and war crimes prosecution. The battle with time requires a swift movement, holistic and coordinated approach. And key measures are, of course, increasing specialized judicial capacity and prosecutorial capacity to deal with war crimes, the need for politically and institutionally independent institutions. In our context, we advocate for vetting. This is something that was announced to be a topic of the first panel, but it wasn't, as I heard. And I think it is very important to know that we need special state prosecutors and judges who are fully vetted, who do not have ties with those who they need to investigate and prosecute. Then a regional cooperation is extremely important because victims and witnesses are often across borders, etc. Then we need to use all the leverage we can get through international mechanisms, especially with regard to the pressure from the conditionality, the EU conditionality regarding the candidate countries. One of the final benchmarks for Montenegro is proper dealing with war crimes and war crimes investigations on the level with the international standards and all of that. So it is something we need to set up before and achieve before moving into the European Union. And as I said, to empower civil society and the media to provide diligent monitoring. That will be all, but maybe just a few points. We need specialized war crimes units. We need state prosecutors who are devoted to war crimes. In Montenegro, we have a case of only 2 state prosecutors dealing with war crimes in addition to everything else. We think that's not going to lead to the salvation of all the things they need to handle. So they need to specialize and to clear the agenda for them only to deal with war crimes. Comprehensive witness protection is very important to allow them to have a psychological support, to have their identity fully protected. Then digitalization, preservation of evidence is very important. To create a regional database for cross-border use is something that was envisioned and then forgotten. So I would like to remind on that. As I said, regional cooperation would like to support fully what Sofia said, that Croatia and all former Yugoslav republics should be included in this. To coordinate reparations, memorialization, and truth-telling regionally. Montenegro has recently, only 30 years since the wars, provided for the all-encompassing status for the civilian victims of war and provided with the reparation for all the actually social aid that was omitted through the last 3 decades. So it was a very good example of providing reparation after 30 years, but still, I think we should promote the good practices. Monitoring and evaluation, tracking judicial performance is very important. Implementing international peer review mechanism is very important. We had a peer-to-peer expert since 2014, Mr. Salustro of the European Commission, who provided for very important recommendations. Some of them were not followed up. We tried to make international organizations re-engage him, but since they did not do it over time, now we've done it, and we think it would be a very important boost and assistance to the special state prosecutor. And of course, strengthen media and NGOs oversight, because we can provide with more effective communication also regarding evidence, both in terms of material evidence and in witnesses. And we could provide, which is, I think, very important also from our experience, encouragement for the victims to agree to criminal prosecutions in other countries. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much for this extensive overview. Thank you, and one applause for this. Sofia, you can take these notes from Thea, and then we can go through them. So this was actually one side of the story regarding the state responsibilities when the judicial system is in question. The second really important pillar here is education. Tatiana, I would like to ask you, so basically, you know, that we all know that, for instance, Bosnian history and history of Bosnia are not the synonyms. So basically, people perceiving, you know, one is the political or territorial history, one is, you know, the history of culture and life of the people in some regions. So, and obviously, these courses of national core subjects like literature, history are very, very important. So basically, how should the education, history education can be reformed to contribute to those things that Sofia accented, like, you know, full realization of human rights and reconciliation in the region?
To be contextually appropriate, it's the £1,000,000 question.
£1,000,000 question, okay.
No, but first of all, thank you so much to the UK government, first of all, for taking over this process. We know it's tough, especially civil society. They've been in it for many years, and I don't think it's getting much easier for any of us to work here. I have to, coming from Bosnia, I also have to thank the British Embassy there and the lovely staff who have been really great allies of this work, in contrast to all the challenges they also have back home, but have been trying to help us as reconciliation, peace-building activists to keep pushing this, dealing with the past topic. And we rarely have to tell them why it's important to be sustainable and constant work, and the work that's never going to be done. So on that note, education. I'll try to talk in kind of 2 points, and that is what can be changed in terms of content, and then how that process would ideally go. I think one big part of this educational reform work has always been we need to create this piece of paper. It's going to have all the historical facts, and everybody in the region is going to be fine with that. Forget about that. It's not happening. There are multiple reasons why. One is also because this is not the way we teach anymore, or should not be teaching. This one narrative, only one truth, is a kind of a relic of the past of the communism and socialism, where there was really no way of you to question things as much or at all. There was not a lot of access to information that we have it today. Thankfully, we now have, at least on the paper, democracy-driven governments, and there's freedom of speech, there's freedom of opinion. So one narrative, one truth doesn't exist. We've also been, 25, 30 years since the war and genocide ended. And in that period, our history has been based on family accounts, on communal accounts, on very subjective accounts of history. And that is the truth of the process. And we cannot just say, okay, we're going to create one white paper, and all of these subjective narratives, opinions, feelings will not matter because there's one truth. Now, in our work and what we've been trying to use, and it's going to sound fancy, but I'll tell you, in reality, it's not that. It's this idea of strategic peace narratives, which basically, and it's idea in practice. In practice, it means that what we do is we bring out all the different survival narratives from different ethnic groups. In Bosnia, that is usually the main three, but it also includes the experiences of others like Jews and Romas and minority communities. And we juxtaposition those with facts and figures. So with using mostly ICTY's legacy, but also there's a lot of legacy on the national and judicial court. Sarajevo, Zagreb, Belgrade, they have a lot. It's just in boring judgments. No offense to lawyers, I am one, but they're big and boring. But there's a lot of facts and figures from there. And what we try to do is we have these personal stories of survivors, and all of them carry beautiful messages of empathy through survival. All of them have a lot of this ideal of moral responsibility, of making sure that what I've survived, nobody ever has to survive. And putting that together with what was perpetrated and what happened. And what it creates is this process in which survivors are acknowledged, but also all ethnic groups feel seen in the process. And then young people, from our experience, who take part in these processes can feel like, okay, my ethnic group is acknowledged, but there's also this bigger thing of how do we make this not happen again? Okay, yeah, we as a society do have moral responsibility. It's not individual. The individual is facts and figures. It's who perpetrated it, it's which army, it's which unit in that army, it's names, it's people. But on a bigger level, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? And that kind of brings us to the point of where we are right now. The way we've been doing it, and that's another part that I think we need to rethink in our education is, yes, history books are great. I'm a big fan. Youth today don't really read history books. Okay, I don't want to generalize, but we need to meet them where they are. Their attention span is not 45 minutes anymore of a class. It's much less. It's 3, 5, maybe 15 if you're lucky, 30 if we're really pushing it, if the content is really engaging. So in our work, it's been using a lot of art, multimedia, photography has been a great tool to reel them in and to start this process of feeling. However the feeling is, maybe it can be a sad emotion, it can be a happy emotion, but that's what's gonna trigger you to stay in the moment. We've created, educational manuals. We've created several joint commemorations of all civilian victims of war in Bosnia. People say it's not possible. It is. You just have to figure out how to do it in the best way through utilizing all these. But the point of that is to try to encourage feeling and emotion, because then it's easier to figure out and remember all the facts, figures, and numbers. That's a little bit on content, very short on the process. Being a little bit of a geek myself, I have separated it into short, mid, and long-term process or goals. Short is what we really all have, and I think all countries in the region do, and that is your civil society who have tested, created tools, created manuals, tried them in the non-formal sector. From our side, PCRC, we've also implemented some in the formal sector. We know it can work. Use that, and this is maybe me talking to the camera because I don't think there's a lot of ministries of education in the room. But reach out to us, use us, because there's so many tools that are so ready to be put to young people. On another short term is also working with teachers. We have a big network of teachers from across the country. Like we've had English teachers come to us and say that they've had questions of dealing with the past in classes from kids, and they have no idea how to do it in a way that's not going to maybe start their own re-traumatization process because they might have been a survivor or are from a family of survivors, and they don't want to do harm to their young people. So there are tools to also help your teachers to be more empowered to deal with these tough questions. In midterm, sort of, unify schools, I know it's simple, but Bosnia unfortunately still has this pure phenomenon of segregation of two schools under one roof, and there's no logical reason you can put in front of me, and I think this whole panel, most people today, that's just going to justify that children cannot be together for classes of, I don't know, mathematics and physics and chemistry and biology, and all of those are joint classes and can be joint classes. In the long term, and I think there's so many in the recommendation document as well, joint history curricula based on these peace values, on real professional values to make young people understand why peace is so precious, because they don't know. I know there are people in this room who lived through the war, us who work in this know. Young people of today don't really understand it. But when you put some of these things that I've talked about, when you put real people in front of them through photography, through video, where they can see a young person who was 15 when the war broke out in Bosnia and was able to survive, that's the click that can connect it. But our schools don't necessarily do that, right? And finally, utilize, hopefully, the EU accession process. I mean, for Bosnia, we have several priorities, but the priority 5 under democratization is hopefully and eventually going to make us deal with the past, in that we're strong advocates to put education first, put it as a priority within it. We know that it wasn't a priority in Dayton, and that's probably one of the reasons why we are now with education where we are, and why Bosnia has 13 different ministries of education, but not a state ministry one. Hopefully I wasn't too long, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It will be also interesting to see the conferences like 10 to 15 years from now. It will be probably one session, 7 minutes, a short attention span, 11 speakers, 1 minute
But be
each.
ready.
It will be probably... And reels, yeah, on the top. So last but not least, the question that really amazes me all the time is, okay, so we are speaking about the kids today who have not been engaged in any kind of conflicts, where they are now living or dealing with those pasts in the present. So generally speaking, with the Balkans, like everywhere in the world, when you run any kind of survey, people are usually giving socially desirable answers. So at least on paper, everybody is for reconciliation. So we have nothing against our neighbors, yeah, in the general surveys, like Professor Grebo, late Professor Grebo said from Sarajevo Law Faculty, the ordinary citizen is always lying. So we are trying, to be not so visible in the public. So basically, we just give socially desirable answer, which will not affect. So my question to Adelina is, how should everyday citizen engage in reconciliation? Is that even possible?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, it's a great privilege to be here, and it's a privilege because there are many people who have worked in reconciliation process, and then in many times when you are speaking about that, it's just in a way you are taking their spot as well. So maybe just to thank to everybody who have worked for many years about the reconciliation process in the region. So and then what everydayness means, I think we should start from that. And while we're talking about everydayness, is more referring to what is normality. And in the day that we are living, normality is extremism, actually, political extremism. And then in a way, what we are doing with engaging is creating a parallel everydayness. And that is part of resisting this normality that we are living. And then you're gonna play in every platforms that you have, actually, writing, organic cooperation, art, academia, anything. But most importantly, I think, is changing vocabulary.
This is the crucial, because the vocabulary that we are using in social media, it's based on hatreds. And I think this is coming the responsibility of yes, it is possible, but that everydayness is possible, but this should start with challenging our everydayness. And then it's come with the second steps. I think while we are thinking about the engagement shouldn't be superficial, like engaging people, but really accepting and acknowledging that it's very complex in itself. And we have to acknowledge that as well. I'm criticizing in a way, I know many people working in this field are criticizing that many times we are ticking the box and having like women participation, youth participation, etc. But I think we have to change also the approach. While we are engaging, this should be meaningful and rational, because this process can change everything. I mean, we should not look like ending having an agreement, but the process in itself should change the power relations based on gender, ethnicity, race, and age as well. So, but we should have the honest discussion in itself, what happened really in the past. And I think the past is crucial here, because we don't reconcile, just be nice to each other and talk good to each other. We have to challenge each other. And challenge, actually, it's part of having trust. And then I want to talk a bit about the research that we have done with my friend. And as an alumni of Open Society Foundations, we know each other more than one decade. And for us, it was important to have this friendship. And this is our everydayness, what we can do. So we did a kind of research, and it was, if you give the expertise to people to talk with them, if you give time and if you give trust, then you can change the perspective. And for us, it was important. But the crucial here, and Sofia was very good pointed out, it's part of reconciliation. Everybody in the region, when we are talking to them, and especially in Kosovo, the mistrust is based on reconciliation process, because it was not a proper reconciliation process. That's why the people are not trusting to each other. And this is our coming again in every discussion that we are having, especially with youth. And here again, youth, they are not maybe being part of the conflict in the region, but they are living in these families. They have experience in the war. And what they are hearing the social media platforms or what they are hearing the politicians, it's this hatred, this extremism, and all household narrative. And for me, it's fascinating when I'm hearing many people are saying why youth are not progressive in the region. They cannot, because what you are providing is not progressive. And the language that we are using is not progressive. If we change the platforms, if we really engage them properly, because we have to challenge also what engagement means in itself, I think that can change the perspective. And then we can really mean the engagement of youth as more rational. So I think here, once again, what we have done, and I know many times we are in a way not really satisfied what have been done many years, but then there is a progress in itself, and I think this should not be eclipsed from the narrative, this extremist narrative that we hear from the politicians, and most importantly, I want to end up with here, and also with this sentence maybe, it's transitional justice shouldn't be seen as a hurdling the reconciliation and just to deal that look in the future, because this is the main problem that have been done during the 90s after the war. Forget the past and look to the future. No, you cannot. Without healing process, we cannot have the future. I'm going to end up here, and then maybe we can have the time for discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this insight. It's really amazing. I mean, your energy and this kind of, dismantling the terms and really start calling the things by their real name, and to really start to talk with each other on an open basis and then understand each other's position. This is sometimes much more important than the fictitious process that is going behind. Thank you to my panelists, and now the floor is yours for the comments, questions, and you can interact with our panelists here.
We'll let them speechless.
We'll let them speechless. Okay, we have. Okay. Run, Forrest, run.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angelia Lucic, and I'm project manager in Forum MNE, an organization that works with young people and for young people. This is a complex subject, so no one wants to comment. But I feel obligation to say something because we spoke about young people, not just during this session, but also during the previous one. Somehow it seems to me, because I'm a person that has been in a civil society sector for decades, and this has been topic since I started my engagement in civil society. So actually, somehow we forget that youth work played really a crucial role at the end of 19th in reconciliation process. Instead of nurturing it and instead of institutionalizing it, we somehow neglected it. We speak about exchanges, about empowering young people, but what we need to ask really and question is who works with those young people? If a person, individual who works with young people is not skillful and qualified, we do more harm than good. So despite many projects organized for young people and with young people, if you do not have quality youth worker or an educator, we haven't done anything. I mean, we can implement a youth exchange, but you need to follow it up. The same is with learning about values of democracy. We have conducted a research recently which shows that there is a huge social distance of young people in Montenegro toward everyone that is different from them. There is a huge acceptance of violence in some situations that they justify violence as a legitimate mean to respond. It has been also evident in public. I know that Human Rights Action follows these cases and they can provide you data. In Montenegro, it seems to me like every second day something is happening. We have some cases of peer violence, violence among children, youth, and etc. So for me, it's not just what to do, it's who will do it. Because if we continue, just like we have, let's do this, let's do that, without checking up who does it and the quality of what we have done, we haven't done nothing. And it seems to me that it proves, because decades later we speak about the same topics. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all panelists for their presentation, and I have to say that the recommendations in the report are really very useful. I wanted just to say a few things. One has to do with the justice for war victims. I don't know, most probably all of you know that basically there are no cooperation between prosecutor offices in the region. In the past, it has been a kind of cooperation, but for the moment, there is no cooperation, and trials in absentia for war crimes are ongoing in Croatia. It has happened since after the war in Croatia. Kosovo, since 2 years, are applying trials in absentia, and now Serbia has started as well. Unfortunately, by doing so, and just to remind audience, in most of cases, people prosecuted in absentia are those from the other side. For instance, in Serbia, there hasn't been any case for war crimes committed in Kosovo against Serbian members of Serbian forces, and in Kosovo we don't have a single case last 3 years for crimes committed against non-Albanians, and most probably the situation is similar in Croatia as well. So putting conditionalities toward Western Balkan countries in European integration in order to make them cooperate. There has been an agreement between prosecutor offices of Serbia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, but as well, it's not working very good. So by doing so, they are providing pretty much space for perpetrators in each country for impunity. And this, I think that this should be really addressed, because this also influences the narratives in respective countries. So by reading media, you create the impression that only the other side have committed crimes, but no one from our side. And the second issue that I wanted to raise is about this recommendation about regional database on civilian war victims. There have been really very long-lasting projects implemented by different organizations. For instance, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Research Documentation Center has published a long time ago the Bosnian Book of Deaths, containing more than 96,000 names of people who have been killed or went missing during the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then Humanitarian Law Center in Serbia and Humanitarian Law Center Kosovo have created the database of all killed and missing persons during the war in Kosovo and in its aftermath. And this is not only a list, but there are two publications so far on Kosovo Memory Book, which contains also narratives about circumstances under which those people have been killed or went missing. And also Documenta from Zagreb has initiated, and they are implementing the program of documenting casualties during the war in Croatia. So maybe just gathering those databases would be useful, I guess. Thank you.
This is also a very important question or issue from the other side, like from the historical side. Like, you know, that on the Balkans, it's always the bigger victim is one with the hugest number of victims. So we always calculating 1 million, 2 million, 600,000, always forgetting that even one life is too much if it is lost. So this kind of competition in numbers and those databases that you are speaking about actually eliminating possibility for false history and falsifying the facts. So this is also very important to really read the history which relies on facts and not on opinions. And yeah, we have a here comment.
Thank you. Milica Boranic, National Youth Council of Serbia. First of all, I want to agree with a colleague talking about youth work coming from the field of youth participation and youth work. I think without true, meaningful participation of youth in decision-making processes, I know it sounds like now something that we're talking all the time and writing in our reports, but I think it's truly important. Without that part, I doubt we will have some kind of new wave in Western Balkans when it comes to new generations shaping this region on some different way that we did for the years. I want to actually ask you about influence of broader narratives on this narrative about reconciliation on Western Balkans. Why am I asking that? For years, from 2017, we're conducting alternative report on position and needs of young people. So it's like biggest research on attitudes of young people in Serbia. And for years, we had that 30% of young people in Serbia think that Serbia, for example, when it comes to Kosovo, should use military forces in order to solve that problem, or however we frame that. This year, after student protests, after democratization, after a lot of criticism towards governments, we actually saw, and data showed us, that 30% of young people now think that Serbia should work on reconciliation between Albanians and Serbian in order to have better situation in the region, better cooperation. So we saw that talking about democracy, talking about good governments, we talked about that, and talking about critical opinion in general, actually reflected on our opinions, on young people attitudes towards reconciliation. So what do you think about that kind of, I would say, situation, broader situation and narratives within one society, and how that actually reflects on how we perceive our neighbors or policies when it comes to reconciliation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very important question. I can also suggest a very nice book, My Neighbor, My Enemy. So there is this very, very good parallel on how we think about otherness in a way, but I believe that Sofia is more than eager to participate in this answering.
Actually, Milica, thank you so much actually for sharing this important data and basically this example. I would just like to bold and underline what I said in the very beginning of the presentation of the recommendations. Reconciliation is not possible in non-democratic systems. So basically, for me, the data that you obtained through your research basically only proves this. So when we speak, when we think critically, when we speak about accountability, when we try to enforce the principle of responsibility, and when we care about justice, it's impossible that these patterns and the way how we see it do not affect how young people look at the reconciliation process. And for me, basically, this clearly the case of Serbia in the last 10 months and how this has affected the, perceptions of citizens, I can freely say so. I think that this is a really a positive signal in a way. I would just like to underline also the case with the cooperation among students, with young students from Sandžak, which is like a Bosniak minority area, and in general the student movement and the way how these interactions have been welcomed within all, members and fractions of Serbian society. I think that it's very clear in which kind of direction we should really strive to go, even though there are, also within the student movement, there are diverse voices, but still I also see, and I'm glad that actually data are somehow backing this up, are supporting actually this claim that without democracy, without this kind of accountability-oriented approach, we cannot even speak about reconciliation. So basically, all the data that you have been mentioned from the previous years will also logical, because this was the result of what has been offered through the public space, through education, and through culture, even through culture, because in Serbia, for example, when you see at the cultural scene what kind of cultural initiatives have been financed by the state, you will see very little in general reconciliation and very much of one-sided and mono-ethnic narrative stories. And this is not something that heals. This is not something that helps. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't speak, of course, about, let's say, the majority of the victims within the country in which we want to do something. But it cannot be exclusive. It really needs to have this regional element, because reconciliation without regional approach cannot be doable in our region. All the regions are special, but I think that this is the most important thing that I learned through my dealing with the past and transitional justice work here now, because we have to work with what we have, not with what we think we have or what we would like to have. So we really need to be more realistic.
No, I would like to just ask one question. I'm really then interested. Shortly in the break, we have been discussing, this problem of transgenerational trauma. Like, we are sometimes dealing with one generation, like we are working with youth, then we are working with the former fighters in the army. We are working with the women victims. But and somehow we are somehow missing like the point of this transgenerational trauma and dealing with the multiple stakeholders in the same time. Like, so what do you think, what is the best approach on those issues? Like how to create the opportunity for everybody to be listened, to have opportunity to talk, but not only in their own group. How this can be possible? So this is just my last round for all of you. No. Yeah, Taya had too much, so go, ladies. Tanya.
At least I also feel I spoke too much, so I'm trying to be like equal. I mean, I think it's we at the center have a few methods of working that, and we've done a lot of work recently as well with women's associations, women survivors of genocide, and then sexual violence and conflict as well. I think acknowledgement and acceptance and recognition need to be always on the table. And sometimes it doesn't need to go past that. If it can, and if we're able to go into processes of how some people like to call even like these forgiveness initiatives or stuff perfect, but coming into the table, it needs to be this. It is tricky because I think, Sasha, you were mentioning a lot of this work stays. Thank you. I'll use Larissa's way of, but a lot of this work, especially when we're going into higher ups, ends up on being just declarative. Of course, we're in this. Of course, we're in that, and that's a bit of a worrying trend for me because I feel like as a society and in civil society as well, we've been working a lot on this like tolerance. So as long as we can sit together, we tolerate each other, it's enough. And it's a scary way of thinking because what that means is that by the time we go back home, we can still be however hateful we want and we can utilize social media to be hateful and all of this. But when we're with each other, we can tolerate. And to me, it always resonates to this tolerance of, for example, LGBTI community. They can do whatever they want in their four walls. So if they're Muslim, they can be Muslim, but maybe I don't need to see it like there. It's okay, I'll accept it, but I won't interact with it. And for us, one of the most successful projects has always been this. It's like a nice one. We call it Love Tales. Like, so stories about interethnic marriages and relationships. There's so little of them now. Compared to former Yugoslavia, it's an incredibly small number. But we've been able to, we've dug up stories and they're wonderful. And there are some that were, interethnic marriages from Yugoslavia who've survived till today, or now young relationships. And for young people, when they actually see those and start thinking about that it is possible and that there is that next step, so that we move from tolerance to actually living together. So I think is that, I think, again, at the end, the basis needs to be this acknowledgement and recognition of all sides. It comes to different people differently. I come from the Bosnian Serb side, so I had my own catharsis. I think eventually everyone will have it. We need all these different sectors and I think we've been kind of touching upon a lot. Corruption is so important because dealing with the past is always used when the corruption cover-ups are coming up, because nationalism covers that all up. But also today, AI and misinformation and media literacy. But I think we start with acknowledgement and recognition, and I know it's a basic one, and for Bosnia it's been so difficult. We even had to, now we have a law on preventing denial, and all of this is an important part of it. But then it's really important to go into the uncomfortable. And I know it's so difficult for young people, especially today, to sit in uncomfortable situations. But that's the only way to move, to get the cathartic moment of learning and opening yourself up. But I think, and this is where I'm going to end, and a colleague from Serbia was mentioning it as well, I think the protests and unrest, however, civil unrest in Serbia showed us a lot, because we've been getting more, the majority of our applications for our regional programs have started coming up from Serbia and Kosovo, because at least now young people are like, okay, let's just go meet them. Let's just see, okay, we know that our government is lying to us on so many levels. Chances are they're lying on this level too. So let's just go see what's happening out there. And I think there is a shift. Whether we'll be able to use it as much, we're not, a lot of us, we're trying. That's why I'm hoping for forums like these, and Sofia will rep us in London as well, where we can push into a bit more of that institutional door, open it up so that really we can have a better reach. And then in another 30 years, when we're, 60 years of data, the situation will be much more different.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, this is the end of the panel. So if you really have an urgent need to say something, but we really have to close because we have another panel and then we are having a reception. So the Balkan Customs orders to change the clothes for the reception, especially for one part of the group in the room. So basically, we have to close the panel. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Reconciliation and Dealing with the Past. And now we have a move on panel. So we have a spotlight session on migration. So I would like to call Almedina Dodic from the Southeastern European Observatory to join me, Vladimir Georgiev, Mariana Savic and Visar Vokri to join me here on the stage, please. Welcome. So we have 1 hour of our talk, so let's use it smartly. So basically, so the migration is the topic that is, just waving through all of those thematic areas that we have been talking, from the good governance to the reconciliation. So migration is really tackling all the aspects of our lives. So one side of the story is that the young people would like to leave. So, and then, okay, let us vote here for the mentee. So the question is, according to a recent study, what percentage of young people in the Western Balkans expressed a strong or very strong desire to emigrate? So diversity of opinions here. So therefore, we invite you to just explore the recent study of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung about the youth on the Balkans. So basically, you can find all the data. All of them are very interesting. Some of them are very surprising. So basically, so the young people really would like to leave, but most of them for studying, for the further education, but also finding the new perspectives. But it's not only about that kind of migration. So what we have learned during this process, so it's not only to emigrate somewhere. People are coming here. We are moving from one country to another. We have regular migrations, irregular migrations. So there is no unique view on migrations, but unfortunately, in our discussions, sometimes we are simplifying or oversimplifying the issues of migration. So I'm very glad that I have an expert here who can help us navigate through this. So basically, as in also the previous panel, I would like to start asking you questions from the top-bottom approach. So Vladimir, my question for you is, how governments can balance migratory pressures, but with ensuring commitments to human rights? So this is, from the IOM perspective, we are really closely working with governments, trying to push them to be in harmony with human rights. How that can be done?
Thank you very much. First, thank you very much for the organizers, and really it's a great opportunity to talk about migration. It's an excellent question, and it's a complex, actually, answer. Why? Because just talking from the perspective of Southern Eastern Europe countries, or Western Balkans as they are now called, I think it's very important to underline that migration always existed at the global level. Southeast Europe was also facing so many migratory needs and routes. Some are created by force, some are created because in search for better opportunity. And as we see in the last maybe decade, this region is also used as a transit region for a number of migrants that are en route to certain better life. So what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about migration, I think more specifically within the context of one country here in Southeast Europe, it's that the countries are basically can be countries of origin for migrants. There are countries that are transiting with migrants on a migratory route, but also lately are also becoming countries of destination for some migrants. And I think the respect around the human rights needs to be actually analyzed within these three different contexts, right? So human rights respected at the level of the country of origin, and maybe some of the people, including the young people, actually are moving forward, not maybe just for the better business opportunity, maybe just because they are also not feeling well that their human rights are respected. And we have heard a different perspective of the previous discussion on the reconciliations and the mix of the ethnicities and religions, but it's like that. I mean, this region was always like that. It's nothing new. What is maybe new, it's the way how we need to try to find the ways how to better increase the level of human rights towards the good analysis, towards the good assessment, and certainly try to make these assessments transmitted into good laws with effectiveness in implementation of this law, where all the generations, I mean, including the youth, are feeling respected, fair, and there is a good opportunity for them to stay. That is one of those aspects. When you talk about the transit migrants, of course, these are migrants that are actually en route to their kind of better life. Of course, each of these countries from the region, it's on that route, and we need to make sure that all the starting from the institutions that are dealing with these migration aspects, starting from the society, starting from even the civil sector society who are dealing, that they are there to actually respect and create environment of respecting of human rights for those people who are transiting. They did not left their countries because, they have a better life there, but they believe that they are going to create better life for themselves in a near future. So we have to respect that idea. We are all humans. We are all having good ideas for a better life. Then, of course, I would also like to mention the third aspect, which is the aspect of countries of destination. More and more, we see that transition period. I mean, it's so difficult to see. I'm also coming from the region, but it's so difficult to see that we are still in this difficult transition. It's not an easy transition. I mean, I believe it's not the responsibilities of the countries, but also the responsibilities of the larger community that transition should stop. I think the society needs something new, something better. They deserve that. And of course, they developed to the certain level, regardless of the transition. I think now they developed a lot. We are seeing the economy. We see that, of course, there is a certain lab for labor in all these countries from the region, and I think it's very important that we create good and respectful working environment, and to offer, let's say, to those who want to come, but also to meet with the demand of the sector, private sector industries that are demanding this labor, to equalize them. And where I see the civil sector involvement in these aspects, I think it's very important that we work together with the civil sector to encourage their participation in terms of protection of human rights of the migrants, as we see that sometimes they are also becoming victims of trafficking. Not some, but quite often on this transitory route, and to basically also to create a position of the civil sector society to better support on the protection of the migrants. As we are seeing, they were always, they are, and they will be part of any society globally, but also here in the region in Southeast Europe. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this perspective. But let's now go to home problems. But besides those very, very large complex migration schemes, we also have the migration from rural to urban. This is also one of the issues. And also from that urban, then we have a brain drain. So what is the perspective of this migration of rural, urban, and then the brain drain as a consequence? Yeah. Please.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. In fact, the migration and the brain drain has been an issue for the Western Balkans for so many years now, right? Firstly, during the 70s, then during the 90s, after the wars. That's right. And now in the last decade only, we have like millions of people from the Western Balkans moving abroad. So this is from like a general perspective on the migration from the Balkans. I mean, from just a month ago, for example, our colleagues at the Global Initiative have published a study on the possible scenarios on how the Western Balkans future will look like in the next 10, 15 years, and in regard to the organized crime, corruption, but also migration. And one of the possible scenarios is that by 2030, with the EU accession for some of the Western Balkan countries, hopefully for Montenegro and Albania, like being the first one on the line, the trend of migrating will slow down a little bit, and hopefully some of the people that have emigrated will come back to their respective countries. And then we have another possible scenario that is by 2035, half of the Western Balkan people will leave. And that is a scenario that hopefully will not happen. When we talk about the rural to urban migration, I think that it is a big problem because there are less opportunities in the rural areas, and that is something that we are all aware of. I personally work with youth, with young people from specific area here in Montenegro, whose opportunities are really like minimalistic, because the only activities, for example, that they can attend are the school activities, and everything else they would have like to go out to a bigger town, to a bigger city, also for the high school, for example, education or something else. So that is an issue. So the brain drain means like people, qualified people leaving the countries, but also I consider like a brain drain when people from, especially young people from rural areas, leave those places and go to bigger cities for, of course, bigger and much more opportunities. I don't know if I shall answer like the question on what governments should do regarding this, or leave it for later.
We will come to that.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to Mariana to direct the question. So, average age of the migrants in the Balkans is 29. The very few numbers are women, actually, but those kind of migrants are really going under the radar. So basically, we do not have enough information about it. So the treatment of it is very, very questionable. So what mechanisms we can use to strengthen the protection of women as migrants?
Is it on? Yes. Well, while I was coming here, I was thinking about how to frame this, like, not just to answer what are the good mechanisms, or to frame the situation of women migrating in Balkan. And I remember a recent case that was like, that was in all media outlets in Serbia. And maybe someone of you saw that. It was about a Bosnian woman. She was smuggled to Serbia by her so-called lover boy or partner. She was severely beaten, broke her jaw, and she had a broken nose. And she was chained to the chair. And the guy who smuggled her, who exploited her, he set the house on fire. So, miraculously, she survived. She ran away from the house, barefoot, to the gas station. And it's happened in the middle of the Belgrade, in Rakovica municipality. So the people on the gas station called the police. Police came, and She went with them to the hospital. Then she gave a statement, and they noticed she's a Bosnian citizen. She didn't have proper papers, so they just said you have to fix the paper and gave her address of the Bosnian embassy in Belgrade. That was 7 kilometers far away from this police station. So barefoot with burns on her, she was like a little bit walking, a little bit. The bus came to the Bosnian consulate, and it was, of course, Sunday, not a working day. So, and this is not just the end. So they also gave her, like, they punished her because she didn't have papers. They formally ordered her to leave immediately Serbia. So she's safe now. Actually, she's safe because ordinary citizens and informal contacts with NGOs and prosecutors started to work. And she is now safe in Sarajevo, safe house. And this is not how the like protection should work on Balkans. So this is like not like a rare case of what is happening to the women who are violated for the different reasons. So we in Athena, we are not working just when we say migration, you said it properly and defined. We think about different things when we say migration. We are working not just with the survivors of smuggling and trafficking from African countries, from Asian countries, from Latin America, from women who are like within these forced migration flows. We are working also with the women who are from the region, from Kosovo, from Montenegro, from Macedonia, from Bosnia, and our citizens who were trafficked. And actually, those who are like, even those who are from Asia are in the same situation as this woman from Bosnia. So it is like access to the services. It is not like responsibility of some services in Serbia. Access to the child care while she is in Serbia. Access to the rights, protection. So this is like something that I wanted to say that is why we are here that is a platform. Balancing Process is a platform where we should discuss all of this. And what are the good mechanisms? It is always, we always see and always have been cooperation within the countries. So when we are talking about mechanism, we talk about local referral mechanisms and protection schemes on local and municipality levels, but we're also talking about like cross-border cooperation. So this woman is safe now because there was a cooperation and we know each other and there are resources within the institution, but they rely only on informal contacts. So this cooperation has to be strengthened, has to be formalized, has to be structured, and has to be sustainable. This is one thing. The second thing is, of course, something that we are using for years, and majority of you are using as well. It is strengthening the community of practice. It is how we learn, how we exchange information. And recently, we have one community of practice, and we exchange with colleagues also from Bosnia. So we learned actually how labor exploitation function in the region. It is about, I see on your labor migration supporting economic growth. We have a lot of labor migrants in the area, on construction work, in agriculture, in hospitals. So this is like something that is happening in all of these countries. So we learned, and we were informed from the Bosnian colleagues about economic migrants who will literally run away to Bosnia to save their lives from the traffickers, from those who exploited them in Serbia. And all the elements were there for trafficking. And this is how we learn about modus operandi of these companies, of this agency, of those who are bringing the workers who are working here. Not all of them are exploiting workers, but we have to know and we have to have this information. The third one is economic freedom. So you cannot talk about surviving and supporting survivors, women survivors, without like opportunities for decent jobs. So economic empowerment programs for economic inclusions, those are all things that we have to think about when we are talking not about just recovery, but also about like safety and dignity. And we know that because we developed, and many more other feminist organizations developed economic empowerment programs. And we know that when women who are surviving that kind of violence only can regain their strength and power and independence and freedom by having like economic independence. And economic empowerment programs are not charity. We have to realize that. It is about prevention, it is about dignity, and it is about sustainable income that gives you like that sense of existence. And the fourth mechanism that I would highlight, and one of the colleagues in previous panel talked about that, it is about survivors. It's about giving the voice to survivors. And this platform also, this Berlin process should include survivors' voices. For years now, we developed and supported development and learning tools for survivor-led advocacy groups that are framing the laws and policies in our country, but also informing the others who are implementing how that looks from perspective of lived experience and in practice. So I think that the survivor voices, those women voices, should be a part of this dialogue. And so there are a few other things that I would highlight. It is like harmonization of minimum standards of care in the region. That is of importance. It is like supporting the women's-led and feminist-led organizations that are here with their experience for decades now, providing not just services, but also advocating for women's center, for child-sensitive trauma-informed services. That is supporting economic inclusion programs. And without that, actually, without all these schemes, we should, I don't know, the women will be without paper, will be offender, and she will not get the protection that she deserves. So this, and actually I have to say, all the women that we are supporting, majority of them are very young. So to answer your question, they are like 20, from 14 to 25, 26 years old.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the wonderful work that you are doing. So this always reminds us constantly that, you know, the statistics are nice and have functions sometimes, but the life stories are sometimes, you know, much more important, because the bringing that human side of every story makes us realize what's wrong and what's good. If we just read some statistical analysis, then people cannot relate to. I mean that the diary of Anna Frank does much more to the study of Holocaust than any statistics of any concentration camp does. So basically, thank you very much for that. Now I'm moving to my last panelist today. So Visar was a rapporteur for the Common Regional Markets and Growth, and thank you very much for your contribution. We learned a lot about economy, because we are all the people who screams police brutality on the street, not analyzing economic indicators. And the reason why you're on the panel on migration, so we learned also that that CRM is also somehow related to the migration issues as well. So Mariana also mentioned some of the parts of it, but also to the legal ones we are interested to hear. So, you know, so what are some possible positive implications of EU integration, CRM, and the migration issues?
Thank you, Sasha. That's a very good question. Complex one, I would say as well. If we look at the CRM, Common Regional Market, from the migration perspective, the positive implication, as you said, are significant, I would say. Migrations in our region, among others, is also shaped by, let's say, fragmented labor markets, as well as weak intra-regional cooperation and mobility as well. And so in that sense, I think the common regional market could sort of shift this dynamic in a number of constructive ways. I'll start with the first one, and which is a very important one, because this is in our control. Pull factors is something that we cannot control, but we can do something about push factors, right? So we should create more opportunities at home. So a larger integrated regional market could create more diverse employment opportunities in the region. And when young people see opportunities, I mean, here the pressure to live permanently is reduced. And in that sense, we also need to do a lot more in terms of better matching skills to jobs. Regional labor mobility would make it somehow easier for workers to move to where their skills are more needed, without having to leave the Western Balkans, basically. So with regional qualifications, recognition, and labor mobility, the skills of our young people, I think, would gain, with the skills of our young people, gain value right here in the Western Balkans. So there is no need to leave the region. And there is a psychological effect as well. I mean, here, I think when youth see the progress here, they would consider mobility as a choice rather than as sort of escape. So in that sense, also the sense of hope changes. I mean, and this is very important. And I think this is this shift in perception is very, very powerful. But we need to work together. And I think I should bring also something here that we have discussed last year in the Civil Society and Think Tank Forum in Berlin. It was one of our recommendations. I think the region needs to work closely together to develop a regional shared, I would say, migration-related data platform in order to inform policymaking. Because I think this would be very helpful in terms of facilitating regional coordination, as I said, improving policymaking, but also helping the region address challenges such as labor mobility and demographic shifts. And the platform could either be sort of integrated into existing platform or mechanisms such as RCC, or it's something that can be built from scratch. The next thing I think that a functioning common regional market could do in terms of migration is turning migration into a sort of regional circulation, right? So instead of one-way out migration in the European Union or elsewhere, workers could move between Western Balkan economies, right? Seasonally or project-based, I would say. So this way they would also be able to maintain ties to their home countries. But of course, it goes without saying that needs to be preceded by recognition of qualifications, because this is the only way to sort of make this happen and make it easier for professionals to work across borders. And also, this would also help the region reducing skills waste. Many Western Balkan immigrants that currently work in European Union countries, I think they work below their qualification level. So regional mobility could allow better utilization of their education and skills within our region. And another important aspect that could be as sort of positive implication from functioning common regional market is also diaspora engagement, because they would consider, a regional market, unified regional market could be, let's say, more attractive for our diaspora, similar to foreign investors, because they would gain access not only to one small country, but rather to 17 million plus, let's say, consumer base. At last but not the least, I think there would be implications also in terms of social and cultural, let's say, there will be social and cultural spillovers. And one very important spillover, I think, is normalization of mobility. Mobility will not be perceived as something that someone said as leaving home for good, but rather, let's say, as a normal part of life, similar to how it is perceived now in EU, or how EU citizens experience it. And of course, it will also help the region sort of strengthen this regional identity. And this is something that I consider we needed. And cross-border work and study exchanges can help overcome political, let's say, divisions, fostering trust and reducing the stigma that is very often attached to migration. So in sum, I think a functioning common regional market could reframe migration in from a one-way exit to a dynamic circulation system within one particular region.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all of you for this, sharing the insights. So basically we have, the migration is really intersectional issue. It's not only of moving persons from point A to point B, but on that road so many things happen, from violence to changing the identities or switching or languages, different experiences. So basically the floor is now yours to ask our panelists questions or give a comment. Do we have? Yep. Here. Mr. Lang, central table.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'm Lura from OSF, and actually just to circle back to what you guys were showing, we just did recently a survey, a regional level survey on Gen Z specifically. So it's a different age group from the one that FEST used. And actually, surprisingly, and we're very happy to find, only 15% of Gen Z want to leave the region. So that's one good thing. But the problem is that, of course, even though they don't want to leave, a lot of people do leave in the end because we don't really have the right policies to keep people in the region. They don't have the right job opportunities. When they start being concerned about work, about health, about education, they will seek those opportunities abroad. In any case, this is coming up later this fall, so we will share hopefully soon with you. My question for the panel is actually from your experience. I mean, Visar mentioned a couple of opportunities within the CRM to create a sort of an internal regional circular migration. Are there any good policies that we've seen in the region that actually are addressing this concern, specifically when we're looking at the way that our region deals with this diaspora or younger people who maybe study abroad and then come back? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anybody would like to? Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I will maybe focus on the diaspora contribution because I think it's also a very important factor into the development of all the countries within the region. I agree also with the comments that are given also within the panel. Indeed, when we look into the numbers, sometimes we have to look into the numbers too. It shows that diaspora contribution in terms of remittances is higher than foreign investments. So migration, I mean, we have to look on that perspective also on the migration, on the positive aspect on the migration. And it's not only about the amount of remittances, it's also about the capacity and expertise that all these nice young people, bright people that are already working and very well established within the, for example, EU context, can bring back to their countries of origin and share that EU best practices. I think they should be also the voice of the vision that is ahead of us. Maybe just also I would like to reconnect on the aspect of the migration and threats, because I think this is what we heard in the beginning of as one of the comments on the opening remarks of this conference. Of course, when we are working with people, of course, there are different types of people, and indeed, from the perspective of the security, from the perspective of the safety of the individuals within the countries, within the context of the EU and elsewhere, of course, sometimes security comes at the top of the pyramid. And IOM as an organization actually work together with the government, more specifically here in Montenegro, to help them to establish the European standard systems, mainly around Eurodac, Eurosur, e-visa systems, which are helping to better kind of monitors who is entering Montenegro. So migration is also look from that aspect, and I think we will see more and more the countries from the region standardizing themselves within the EU standards. I know there is a lot of work on many fields, and actually to finish the EU growth plan that we are seeing and it's available. It's also one very important aspect that we need to consider. The absorbing capacity of the countries here, we need to be aware. And so we need to keep kind of our open mind to make sure that the EU growth plan also goes with the absorption capacities. Because sometimes those capacities can be at a low level, mid level, and also high level skillful workers that either can come from the diaspora or they can come from the region, as mentioned earlier, or can come from elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, this story is about the diaspora and how we are looking at all those people. You know, from my personal experience, my father barely changed the place, and he changed 7 citizenships, 7 passports, and barely didn't move. Which is also, we then invented the family story about the static migrations. So basically, it's in the Ministry of Interior migrations. The thing is about diaspora. It's also very, very important issue that we are barely tackling. So the contribution of the diaspora to the either economic development or also strengthening the ties with the different countries. But also, unfortunately, in every segment we are behaving, I mean, the human behavior is always the same. There was a research in Croatia on perception of the foreign workers from Nepal and so on, and so it's bloody Nepalis, or they are taking our jobs. And the same research was done in Ireland, and they are saying bloody Croats. Because Croats are taking our jobs. So the migration is always the same, and the things are very, very, very complex to address. So basically, sometimes based on stereotypes, they are different, but sometimes on deeply economically and the governmental responses to it. So we are just calling diaspora when we need money from them, so the remittances, but not about the influence of diaspora to the home countries. Almedina, please.
You mentioned Croatia and the bloody Croatians, and I mean, just yesterday I think I saw a news that in Croatia there was a protest on this foreign labor because they are like against the foreign labor workers coming to their countries and working there. But I mean, we see that now the Western Balkans, in fact, is not anymore, as you also already mentioned, it's not a pathway to Western Europe, for example, but it's this, I mean, the Western Balkan countries are also now destination countries for many, many foreign workers. And this is a new situation in which, I mean, all our governments are put in, and that we all have to address and see what are like the issues but also what are the benefits from what we are living and what we are seeing right now. So someone has to fill in the jobs and the labor market that is missing because our people, our young people are moving abroad and leaving their respective countries.
Yeah, thank
Yes, if I also may add a couple of words. I think the dominant narrative about migrations in the Western Balkans is one of a loss. We see it as a problem, right? We usually talk about the brain drain, depopulation, young people leaving, and so on. And of course, while these are all, let's say, real concerns, I think the narrative is incomplete. And in that sense, I think we also need to work a little bit on that direction, so to sort of change the narrative about migration. And I think there are a couple of ways which I see would be sort of useful in terms of changing this narrative. We need to start with the diaspora, as you mentioned earlier, Sasha. So we should see diaspora beyond remittances, right? They are valued for the money that, so our diaspora is valued for the money that they send home, but we should also see them as partners in development, innovation or knowledge transfer. And also, we must reframe the narrative from loss to circulation. That is, I think, very important. So instead of only counting people, how many people, let's say, are leaving the country, we should also focus on how mobility can bring back skills, for instance. And we need also to reframe the narrative from stigma to opportunity, because migrants are often those or seen as those who gave up on their countries. But we have seen, I mean, that they are actually our ambassadors. And we've seen the contribution and the way that represents us in sports, culture, politics as well, and also in the business world. And in addition, I think immigration should be also understood as a part of a normal evolutionary process, right? So as regions develop, people see, let's say, are naturally attracted to opportunities abroad. So they will move. And in that sense, we should also start, as we already began, I think, gradually open the doors from immigrants from less developed regions. And I think also the very last input, if I may, we should also approach migration not as an inevitable fate, but rather as a matter of policy choice, since it is not totally beyond of our control, right? With the right policies in place, let's say education, related policies, labor markets, and regional integration, as I said, I think we can shape migration flows so that they benefit both individuals and our societies.
And then, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So, no, you said that we cannot stop anyone, right? I mean, we should not stop people from moving, right? And especially young people from going abroad, gaining new skills, taking new knowledge, making new networks, and so on. But I think that the issue is that we and the governments must think of how to bring back those people, how to, of course, firstly, give them the option of staying and doing something here and building a future in their home countries, but also if they want to move and they want to go, because you cannot stop anyone from leaving if someone's made up their mind, we should think of how to bring them back and how to use the knowledge and the skills that they have gained outside of the country. So that is also something that we should have in mind and we should consider working on in the future.
Brain gain as well.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to point that we also have to, when we are discussing like brain drain or remittance or something like that, and migration at all, it is not gender neutral. So there are another layers of threats and risks when we are talking about women who are migrating, women who are coming here and what jobs they are taking. We have like now like Chinese mines in Serbia. The only thing, and there is a lot of issue about it, labor exploitation, maybe some prisoners from political prisoners from China are exploited in these mines. But the only exploited women that our police noticed and referred are the Chinese women who were sexually exploited and brought from China to Serbia. So this is like something that we have to, when we discuss remittance, for example, men who are sending money or not sending money when they migrate, and women who are sending money, they invest in different things. Women who are earning money somewhere when they go outside of their country, they invest in their children, they invest in their education, they invest in their communities. So this is another layer and another, but we have to investigate more and to create policy with informed policy with that information. So this is like something that it's important. And we know that because, for example, with forced migration in 2015, with refugees that were coming in Balkan region, we noticed that humanitarian aid was always gender neutral. It was like migrants, it was like refugees. But there are like the needs, that how you fulfill your needs are different. So it's also about labor migration and about also us who are migrating somewhere else. Maybe we will migrate to Montenegro in 2 years from Serbia. With you, accession. Yeah.
Thank you, Mariana. Any comments from the audience? Questions? Yes, we have Alban who is having a question, and then somebody else.
It's not really a question, more like a sort of thought-provoking. It seems that migration is not related to jobs. It is a political act. People see reforms failing, hence take reforms on their own hands. They are Europeanizing before the countries do. So this seems to be a big problem. Why bother changing Belgrade if Vienna is 1 hour flight away? So that seems to be a problem. And usually, typically, we're observing that reform-minded people are leaving, which in effect is leaving behind people who are trapped in apathy, and essentially eroding the very democratic domestic demand for democracy that we need for these reforms to happen. So I think one could look from, there is no question here, essentially, but a plea or contention that maybe EU should be aware of this paradox, and when designing conditionalities, one should focus that reforms should not be just about institutions. They should be about people also. And one of the sort of typical candidate to work with would be those actors in the society towards which more reform-minded people can gravitate for these reforms to happen. And here I think about export-oriented SMEs, for instance, who seem to be quite immune from some of the malign sort of influences of governments who try to erode democratic values in the Western Balkans. So I think we should also look at it from this angle. One could look at it from positive angle, and some of the issues that Visar mentioned, looking at diaspora as a bridge and other comments there, but also from this perspective, that we see this depletion of domestic demand for democracy, which seem to be a big problem.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's migration is maybe the most controversial subject. You have touched upon the internal migration or emigration. of the youth to other countries in EU, etc., losing of the potential, which is needed, is what we have all talked here before. There is also the migration from third countries. And what I would say is that this is an easy topic for nationalists, and this helps, this topic on migration helps non-democratic, let's say, discourse. However, we have noticed that migrants are instrumentalized by third countries. What would be your comments on this, but your, not solution, but ideas to bring on the table and try to reverse this? We have seen it in EU borders in different places. Maybe we don't see it directly in the Western Balkans because they do not have borders with third countries, but it is an issue and it is used in the political discussion, and it's easily used by extreme right parties. Let's put it like that.
Thank you. I'm Fatmir from RCC. I will be speaking tomorrow, but just a comment maybe to complement on Alban's starting points. I'm just looking at the unpublished Balkan Barometer business opinion poll that we will publish very soon. The shortage of labor force in the market in the region, it comes as a fourth upcoming problem for the businesses in the region, after high taxes, informal economy, unfair competition, and corruption. Just to spice a little bit up perhaps the discussions at the ambassador's residence, the average for the Western Balkans 6 mobility between the region is only 6%. The highest rate of businesses telling that they have employees from the region is actually in this country. In Montenegro, they have 18%, followed by Serbia, 5%, and Albania, 4%. These figures are showing a little bit of where do we stand regionally, how we migrate, and where do we migrate for better work and better, let's say, mobility. Thank you.
Well, there is a huge misuse of migrants in Serbia. So your role, like I related to your question, it is not just in political discourse. They are nationalists, and the political discourse of ultra-right is like with full of hate and xenophobia, of course, and they are using that before elections or to mobilize those who are xenophobic and nationalist. But on the other hand, they're using now in this last protest, we can see that they're using there to bring them to their protests, like supporters for the government. Actually, this nationalists are using them and bringing them to have a quote, enough people, and that they show that they have support from their own citizens. So we can see Bangladeshi and Indian people and other people on the pro-government protests. And I don't know, we were talking a lot. It is like something that without like this talking about good governance, anti-corruption, like implementation of legal framework, about those things in our country, we cannot solve this thing. You know, this is like something that is all interconnected, and it is everything is a cross-cutting issue. And now we are talking about the mechanism. I'm telling you, I'm very positive because I know that we all have resources and knowledge to solve this thing. There is no just political will to make it done, But we will do that. On a positive note.
Yeah, just to close it positively. Thank you very much for being us this marvelous day one of the Civil Society Forum. Keep all your thoughts for the reception at the residence, but it will be very short. You will not be able to discuss so much. We are leaving the embassy exactly at 8 o'clock, so you may then continue here in the Hilton or to explore marvelous Podgorica this evening. Also, one reminder for all the passengers who came by car who need to be reimbursed, please contact our colleagues from Congress Travel, which are sitting just in front. Don't forget to collect your reimbursements. What? Yeah. Thank you very much. Jeremy Regia sugeriše 6 o'clock in front of the hotel. Buses will come for the residents. Thank you.